That'd be funny as fuck. He might not be. Hey, you got the mount hooked up. Alright everyone, it has been a number of days without any D&D right here on Lionhead Gaming, but now the holidays are at an end, and we are in the new year, and we're starting off the new year just right with some more Song of Rapture tonight on Lionhead Gaming. Thankfully, we have everyone here tonight for our first game of the year, as DM'd by Monsieur Omen. Mr. Omen, welcome back. I hope you've had a good holiday. I hope everyone's had a good holiday. I hope you all have had a good holiday, those of you watching. And without further ado, what do you have for us tonight?
So we last sort of left our valiant vanguard in an interesting position. They had just entered the city of Crossway, this massive center of the kingdom of Mobia, where all of the roads of this land lead, where traders sort of find their mark and share all the wares they've gathered across the land. They had some extra time during their sort of limited travel to spend a few extra days here in Crossway, get some things done, sort of rest and recover from the ordeal they had just tackled up north in Garen's Well. And so that's not quite my story to tell, though. It's been quite some time. Can anyone tell me, all of you rather, tell me what you did in your time in Crossway? Starting, let's go down the line. Quildor.
Right. Well, I returned to Crossway, sent several dispatches to friends, family, and acquaintances. I went into the shops, found myself some master dwarves, and acquired a brand new shield. It's quite lovely. Sturdy and strong, and it will do in great battle. Then I went with Persephone to go and heal the dwarves by their sickness, and made sure to please Samantha by echoing out the valiant vanguard being the saviors of the realm. Then mostly the rest of the time I just sat around eating dinner all by myself.
Quite rude, really.
Cheers to that one, buddy.
All right. Luna, what did you do during your time in Crossway?
Well, the first thing I did was go search for a retainer, since, royalty has to have her servants, You can't do all the menial tasks herself. So she went around to find someone to just carry her stuff, watch all the Vanguard's items when we had to go away, and there was only a couple options, but she spoke to this boy named Bran who was trying to find work to get him and his mother a better place to live. And since Luna has a bit of a weak spot for people that are younger and struggling, she decided to hire this boy who doesn't really seem like he's too skilled, but he seems strong and can learn. And we have Quill, who could teach him, so she hired him in exchange for a normal pay as well as a place to stay in Oakwell for his mother. And then she went to go find some maps, some older maps, to see if she could find where Cedarwood is. And she did find some old maps that she bought and brought them to Samantha and Persephone when they went to their dinner that excluded Quildor. That wasn't my fault. And they were able to find a place called Eden, which Luna's name is Edensburg. So they assume that's where Cedarwood would be, but it's not anywhere on the map yet. So we have to go find that.
Alrighty. And Samantha, what did you do during your time in Crossway?
A bit. I sort of experimented with the idea of, pursuing what sounded like lucrative contracts, tracking down people that people did not want around anymore. But having never really done that before, I found it a lot more difficult, especially with certain things nagging at my mind. It's a lot harder than I thought to track people down that may not want to be found, or in a really large city like Crossway. It was an interesting experiment, but one I don't think I'll be pursuing in the future. I'm sure I can just make my own contracts if need be. Other than that, I considered reaching out to perhaps nobility or some people that may be interested in some work, but we just didn't really have the time, so I'll have to do that maybe another time. And I took some time to converse with Luna and Persephone and sort of, well, regroup, as it were, sort of talk about some of the things that had happened over the last, well, adventure and what our future may hold, and I wanted to get an honest opinion from them about Quildor, which was unfortunately a tad exclusionary, but them's the breaks, I guess. But I was able to get their honest opinions on him. I perhaps maybe should have had him come a bit later, maybe set it up for 7, have him come at 8. I'll remember that in the future as we meet new people. But I am not someone that trusts easily, and it seems that both of them have confidence that while he may have his own... I think Persephone put it pretty well with his sort of elvish stubbornness. 500 years of habits are quite ingrained, it seemed. He seems to be quite reliable. She mentioned that he championed the Valiant Vanguard's name when I was not even around, which was definitely a chip or a check in the right box for me. So it seems that we'll definitely be keeping him around and bringing him fully into the fold on the less than noble ideas that I have, which Persephone, in all of her wisdom, tempered. I was running a bit hot with some of the things I was thinking about doing, and though I was not thinking about leaping right into them, there may be a more elegant way to achieve some of the goals I have when it comes to things like the golden coffers and wanting to be involved in, well, people who can get their hands on information that is hard to come by. So I've got a lot to think about and a lot to prepare for, but other than that, it was mostly just conversations that I got done, and probably many more conversations to come as well.
Indeed. And last but not least, Persephone, what did you do during your time in Crossway?
Well, the first thing I did when I got to Crossway was to head to the northern district where dwarves were dying of adamantine poisoning. We found a strong elixir in Eric Gelner's lair, which would help them, but it sounded too good to be true, and I had to show the head medic its true power. So she took us to one of the dwarves that was on their deathbed, quite literally, and with a single drop of the vermilion elixir in one of the serums, he was breathing and living and lively again. So all the acolytes of Sune that were helping already started to gather round and mix more elixirs. I stayed a couple of days to lend a helping hand, and several by way of my pixie and sprite friends from the Feywild. And with a stronger connection of magic, I knew that I was going to need a new focus to channel some of it through. And we had a couple of gems on hand, so I visited the Yonti in the southern side of Crossway, where I got my Amulet of Reflection upgraded with some rose quartz and sapphires. And along the top and bottom, I engraved it with a saying my mother would tell me, something that I'm trying to live by. In Sylvan, it's Veres Respi. As seasons change, so do we. But before we left Crossway, there was one really big thing I wanted to do, and that was to invite the entire Vanguard to watch a fight against the Hunk, a monster, an undefeated champion of sorts, who did underground fighting rings beneath Crossway. I thought it was just going to be like any tavern fight, but it was organized. It was an event. There were people in robes and masks, noble people who didn't want to be seen. And it wasn't really a fight, it was certain death. With my magic and Samantha's, we tried to discern if this was even a creature of our realm or if they were using magic, but neither of that was true. It was Quill who heard the turning of gears and said this monster may have been manufactured instead. That would explain why his skin never seemed to tear, and why it was he was obeying orders. But we didn't have much time to really investigate further before we started to come back home.
Okay. As it seems like the Valiant Vanguard had quite a packed few 5 days in Crossway before finally, with all of their provisions gathered, their deeds mostly done, some left somewhat undone, perhaps for another visit to this grand city on another day. The Valiant Vanguard made their way out west onto the main trade road, heading back to Oakwell. About halfway there, maybe about a week or so in travel, seems like Samantha, sort of stopping the party, met up with the goblins she had let out to go scout, seemed like the general territory that the world believed contained the Black Mantle, the headquarters, so far, I guess, head fortress of the infamous Black Fury. It seemed like they'd sort of found something. It seemed like among the hills there was a dense gathering of several different, war camps. Sort of this gathering of militia group, more so than they usually would find in this territory, all sort of gathered in one general area, although they didn't sort of explain much more than that, as it seemed like both Samantha and Persephone's interests tilted towards the sort of sullen and almost empty expression and reactions that the once timid and cowardly Timbermaw had displayed before. It seemed like he was going through something of a change, which became quite a heated topic of a discussion between two sort of morally opposite members of the Valiant Vanguard. But after that, about 3 days or so pass, almost 4, the party makes it back to High Hill, spend some time sort of helping them clean up whatever mess they have left. They mentioned that their inn had been visited by, it seemed like, a group of vagabonds, some unruly bandits who had sort of stuck around too long, leaving a big mess of the place, and wouldn't leave until maybe almost a month ago. And since then, they've been still trying to clean up the damage. They were quite a formidable group, and they're happy that they're gone. But they pay you each about 5 gold for helping them spend part of a day just cleaning up, those willing. And then finally, at the end of it all, a 2-week travel from Crossway back to the familiar walls of Oakwell, you find yourselves returning to your home on the midday on Sunday, October 28th, as we rejoin Song of Rapture with a familiar sight and a familiar sound, the sounds of life abounding in the town of Oakwell.
Did they name drop those vagabonds?
Didn't seem they didn't stick around too long to give a name or to get their names. Most people sort of cleared out of the inn, and it seemed like the only person who really knew much about it was the innkeeper. Although he was kind of in a what would you call it? A dismayed state. Like, he feels shame that he let these people stick around so long. Not really sure why he let them stay. Their name's sort of a mystery. He never really asked.
Gotcha.
Right. Are we going straight to Jody's?
That's probably the wisest.
Yes, let me tell my extra travel companions that I'll meet them at our usual spot.
You guys can go straight to Jody. I have to set up a home.
Right.
Okay, we'll fill you in if she lets us know anything.
Oh, take this as I reach into my bag and pull out a smaller bag that basically just has Jody's share of what we got.
So
That's for Jody.
Oh, you're gonna take? Okay.
Yes. And then I tell Timbermaw and Marrowtooth to go to the normal spot south of town, and then I'll meet up with them later.
Are you snake-faced or are you person-faced right now?
Person-faced.
Meritooth just sort of, he's still looking over all the coins embedded into his armor by the time you're talking to him. And only by the end of your sentence does his head sort of snap toward you. Yes, of course, of course! But Timbermont just sort of keeps his eye on the path ahead, seeing the Great Wall of Oakwell, then turns his head towards you. How long?
I anticipate... What time is it right now?
About midday, about noon.
I do not need rest, so perhaps tonight, after the sun has set. I may be there early, you never know, but I anticipate being there this evening.
Okay. With that, two goblins depart back into the tall reeds of the rolling hills and plains and make their way around, giving a wide berth to the town of Oakwell, ensuring that they hopefully stay out of sight from any of the nearby adventurers currently goblin hunting. While the rest of the party enters into the town, sounds like all of you are going to the Fallen Horse, save for Luna.
Yep.
Okay, are you taking Bran and his mother with you, Luna?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty then. So the party is sort of splitting their way off, coming down from the northern path. Let's go ahead and run through that then. If there's nothing else you guys don't want to do on your way through Oakwell. Luna, sort of leading Bran and his sort of elderly mother on the back of the cart they brought with them. They're sort of relying on you to guide them through this town. You can see Bran's actually quite, not excited, but I guess interested in sort of the scope of this entire place, Oakwell. He's mentioned he's heard it before. This place is always talked about in the city of Crossway, but he never thought it was so small. That walls could be so short, that buildings can be so short, that the streets can actually be empty, or at least some of the side roads they pass by. Seems like it's never really truly left Crossway for more than a day or so. So this is sort of the first new settlement he's actually experienced.
Well, get used to it. You're going to be seeing a lot more.
All right then. Wow. It's almost like I can breathe here. So you're just going straight to the mayor's house or something?
I believe so.
Okay. Yep.
We
Just going.
have to go. So yeah.
Sure. Yep. Just to expedite things. It seems like you'd go to the mayor's house. The state's open. Oh, seems like his caretaker is there. He asks if you have want to set something up. Mostly just buying property under the name of the lordship. Who would be willing to offer something? Are you looking for something on the more like the more housing side, or closer to the more like rural and agricultural side as far as staying?
I'll ask Bran. I assume you know how to communicate with your mother more. Which would she prefer?
Mom, we grew up on a farm. I mean, we don't need a lot of room. We can take something small, I guess. But if she had to choose, and he looks back, and you can see this older looking woman with like a bandana tying her long brown, now silvering hair back. She sort of gives this like soft smile and kind of just makes a hand motion. I think she'd prefer to live somewhere similar to home.
Alright, well, I guess somewhere on the agricultural side then.
Alright, they sort of run some of the numbers, come up with a few names of places. There's one small cottage not too far away from Rugger's Wares on that corner of town on the southwestern side. It's not particularly big. It's not particularly well kept. It seems like the previous owners have left it abandoned for some time, so it might need some cleaning. But they say that they'd be willing to offer basically rent for it if you're willing to pay for about 30 gold a month.
Is there a place that's a little bit less run down?
It seems like that's the only one they have to offer on that side of town, unless you're trying to buy a room in one of these sort of larger areas. Although it wouldn't be having your own cottage; it would basically be sharing a room within a larger, more boarding house. Otherwise, you'd go look on the more urban side where all the housing district resides. And it's about the same, maybe just a little bit cheaper, but your rooms are much smaller. You don't really have your own house. If you want to sort of get your own personal cottage in the housing districts, it would cost more, about 40 gold. And they keep it, they're better, a little better upkept. People who left it before usually left because of financial reasons, and yeah, they're sort of a, what would you call it? Not an HOA, but sort of something similar, run by the mayor to ensure that, people walking through that town, they don't just see desolated, broken buildings. There's sort of a level to be kept in this housing district. So it costs a bit more, but, you get what you get.
I guess I'll take the cottage then. We could work on cleaning it up myself.
Sure. So, say where you at? This tiny little house down here. Small little place, just big enough for a couple people. And like just have simple amenities, and yeah, it's a little run down, but it's not broken. It's not destroyed. It's not a whole lot of damage. It just needs to be cleaned up.
Right on the main thoroughfare. Flip that.
Yeah, I'll pay for rent for a year right now.
A year? Okay. So that'd be 30 times 12. That'd be 360 gold. And with that exchange, it'd be quite easy to finally get this whole thing set up. And Bran seems pretty excited now that it's actually being put down to paper, and the words and promise of giving his mother a home are now manifesting. You can see his sort of a more sullen expression becomes warmer. His expression cuts into a smile. You can see some of his tusks poking out. Even his mother seems pretty elated. They mentioned that she never really had a home like this inside the wall. Living inside the wall was kind of a luxury that they couldn't afford, but now they actually have the protection of a town and not just residing on the edge of one in the wilderness. So he seems pretty dang grateful to you.
Are there any cleaning services in this town?
Cleaning services? You are in an adventuring town, and so there are definitely plenty of hands who'd be willing to take some coin to do just about anything.
See if Ava has adventures that need work.
Alright, you have to fight the dust bunnies. There's 10 in the basement. It's a 10 XP quest. Level 0
Oh,
problems.
Ava, I
You
hear
only
your
be killed
people
with
are
a
looking
special
for-
staff covered in bristles.
We're awful.
The staff of sweeping.
Just Buster.
But yeah, seems like maybe only about 30 minutes in total. This seems like this process is pretty expedited. They already have the forms set out. The longest part was basically just looking for the actual paperwork for the cottage, but it seems like it's been gathering dust for some time. Like no one's been able to hold on to it or willing to.
Alright, so after that, I'll turn to Brandon and his mother. When we go back to the Falling Inn, that's where my close boss is. Maybe she can set up work for your mom. Maybe. I don't know. She's kind of not the nicest person.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that might be good. Is it? So it's an inn, you said?
Yeah, the inn that we're going to. The house is like a cottage that I got, but
Okay.
it's something complete.
No, I get that. Yeah. I mean, Mom, you think you can? It's an inn. It's usually pretty it's like cleaning and cooking and pouring drinks. You think you can handle that, right? And the older woman just sort of gives him a thumbs up and just smiles, still sort of beaming at this paperwork laid out before her of a new home.
No, and you need to learn sign language. I'm sorry. You made this character.
Oh, I could do sign language. It's not going to be good. It's going to be really offensive.
There you go.
No.
Sorry, deaf demographic. But yeah.
We have to do all our streams in sign languages now.
We would like to take this time to apologize to the deaf people, but I don't think they're going to hear that message.
Wow.
Peter.
No.
And we're canceled.
No. Mm-mm. No.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll go back to the fallen horse with him.
Okay. So basically, with just a 30-minute delay between your travel and the group reaching it, the remainder of the three members of the Valiant Vanguard re-enter into a familiar sight, walking down the path past the Rooster's Crown, which seems to be bustling, but not too especially. Don't stare in the window, Persephone. But not particularly packed. You eventually come back to the familiar sight of the fallen horse, which seems to be in pretty good state. You can sort of hear the soft rumble and thud of the wooden planks as if people were inside. Seems like there's, even on these days where the town of Oakwell seems relatively quiet, seems like there's still life and business for the good old fallen horse. You guys walk inside and you can see about like maybe 4 or 5 tables seem to be filled. Not the largest ones. Only seems like 2 or 3 people per table. Except for one where it looks like the pale-skinned elf seems to be resting and keeping her eye on something particular. And yeah, tending to the bar, you can see Jody. Sort of just looks like she's pouring out a set of drinks on a tray, getting ready to hand them out to new customers. And I suppose the only thing you can really hear from when you enter is the sound of more thudding, more metal against metal, cutlery being cut, as it sounds like individuals are currently working in the kitchen as you come to this site.
Jody, we're back!
Oh, good.
He pops in.
I was almost terrified when Timberson returned by himself. I thought the worst, and then he reminded me otherwise.
Yeah, I thought about sending a bird, but since Gregory was going to leave instead, I figured that he could just give you the message instead of sending a bird, which probably would have gotten to you.
Right,
like,
right. I got the birds, Persephone.
Oh,
I got
good.
the birds.
I'm
There were quite a
glad.
few birds.
Well, yeah, because
And you know what was the most terrifying part of getting those birds, Persephone? Is when the birds would land at my window, and they would open their mouths to sing, and all I heard was your voice, speaking at an accelerated rate, over and over, explaining themselves, explaining yourself, and also explaining the further birds that came after. I assumed it was you, and it did warm my heart to know that you were safe at the time.
That's good. So I'll just keep sending you birds every time we're done with the quest, and that way you'll just know every time that we're done, and that we're on our way back.
Right. It is an effective means of communication, just one I must get used to.
Shit. Hey, Quail. Y'all make it back?
Yeah.
Yep.
What's for
Cool.
lunch?
You enter and you see, it looks like Gregory and currently Marjorie are sort of working the kitchen here. Gregory, since you've gotten back just about a day or so, sort of broke the news to Jody about your current situation with the Valiant Vanguard. She was notably disappointed, as expected, but she sort of replaced maybe what you'd expect to be a harsh reaction with a job. She says she, regardless, needs you here to do something very important, which is to educate Marjorie, who, while she claims to have cooking skills, they don't match up to your own, especially when it comes to baking, and she definitely needs a good teacher. And so that's what she's been sort of keeping you on tact with.
Yeah, definitely worth the Valley Vanguard things, basically. I'm pretty sure the rest are gonna bring her money, but we made a decent amount, and I'm gonna be going on a foreseeable hiatus from running around. I need to make sure that the kids aren't getting into trouble, but when she says she still has work for me here, I'd be happy to do it. I'm happy to get back into the kitchen. I don't want to sit on my hands, but yeah, I can't be running around for the foreseeable future.
Mm-hmm.
It would be pretty obvious that once he got back into town, he probably rode pretty hard to get back. So he would probably look pretty haggard by the time he... So I had a nice rest. I'm in the kitchen. Got my apron on.
Good.
What are you baking?
I mean,
What does
Quill,
it smell like?
we just got sandwiches and things here. It's just lunchtime.
Wonderful. You might want to close the window out there. It's a bit breezy.
It is, yeah.
Those breezy autumn days.
As I walk out, what am I seeing over here?
That breeze of Peter.
Yep, you're walking out the door, sort of amidst the commoners you see sitting at these tables. Some of them seem to be guards, looks like some of them are in more intimate meetings with some of the other people. Some of them are just out getting drinks and then taking a break from a long day of sentry work. But one of them definitely stands out. Not a human among them, but Peter, how would you describe your character? With wind.
Windy.
Very windy.
Here, Janasi.
She sheds her form, and it's actually just a bunch of worms. Oh my god.
Oh, Beans, we did the worm thing again.
Oh, you fell. I got one. You fell for the oldest trick in the book.
The 5th time!
As you see a high elf with platinum white hair and porcelain skin and eyes as blue as sapphires, although she does seem to have this not dangerous look in her eyes, but one that sort of puts you off, as if she's studying you. And then it goes away. As flash as a flicker. As her eyes turn to you, Quildor, as they once were on the backs of Persephone and Samantha. Pardon. She walks past you. Are you the valiant vanguard?
How do I notice? Like, how does this character walk? Like, is it like
Poise.
like can I tell like someone that would see battle, or is used to wearing armor, or is this someone that just kind of, sneakily, or like how, like what is this person wearing?
She's just wearing normal commoner clothing. It seems that she has a black cloak adorned with raven feathers that you could assume some sort of bird of prey, adorning her cloak around the neck, as it seems to sort of cling to her back, as she strides with poise and confidence of half-elf, high-elf, than grace.
Light of step. Yes, my name is Samantha Deus of the Valiant Vanguard, as I extend a hand out to you.
Persephone.
Wonderful. As it seems, she puts her hands on her thighs and then does a straight bow at 50 degrees, 90 degrees almost. A very polite person.
Oh no, I don't like that.
Interesting.
Who are you?
I am Swift Hollow. I am a representative of the Blackburn Initiative.
Oh.
Really?
Well, what does the Blackburn Initiative want from us?
That is a
Are
matter
you gonna
I
give
would
us-
like to discuss with the rest of you, although I'm quite curious, where is the star of your last journey? She made it back with you, yes?
Yeah, she's
she
renting
did.
a home for our new retainer.
I'm sorry, what?
She acquired a retainer for
sir.
herself. It was an interesting journey, Jody. One I would be happy to debrief you on. It was quite profitable, as a matter of fact. As I reach down
Really?
and pull out the sack of Jody's cut and plop it down on the table. Whenever I'm involved, it is always profitable, as I slide it over to her.
I would like to believe that, as she puts her hands on the bag and sort of gives its heft, gives its weight a bit of heft to sort of feel it in her hand. My. I suppose you're right about that. In the meantime, allow yourselves to get acquainted. Our new ally here, young Swift Hollow, is indeed a member of the Blackburn Initiative, sent down by Layla Blackburn herself. it seems that she's taken a more direct interest in the development of this quaint little party here, of which I wholesomely invite.
Excellent. It is good to be recognized by someone who holds as much sway.
What's Purse look like right now? What's Purse doing over there? What's she looking like?
Purse is just looking between Jody and Samantha, being very agreeable right now, and just looking very much like no.
Is she really being agreeable?
No, she's looking at me and Jody being agreeable, and Persephone
Yeah,
looks
how
like
could
she's
they?
like, no.
Persephone's frothing at the mouth.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Okay. She's already
Another
pulling
worm
out like
come
a
out of
dagger.
Persephone. Oh god.
She is the worms.
Oh my god.
You've been sent by Lady
Nick Will.
Blackburn. And so what, she expects you to accompany us going forward, to be a part of the vanguard, as it were?
This doesn't have anything to do with the payment for the centaur situation, does it? The centaur
Actually,
situation was handled. We're waiting on.
Swift Hollow, would you mind?
And she pulls out a large sack.
Excellent.
Regards.
Sandwiches if y'all probably hungry. I'll leave you too.
Thank you, Gregory.
If I
But we still
recall
work for you, right,
correctly-
Jody? We don't work for Blackburn. We work for you.
Oh, yes, you still are patrons of the Fallen Horse. It's
And
simply
the intention is that we will continue to work for you. Yes,
Yes, Persephone starting
That-
to lean closer on
that
Connor
is
towards
the
Jody.
plan. As she puts her hands on yours and tries to slide you back across the bar.
I'm just gonna
Yes.
motion for Swift Hollow to come grab a stool up at the bar.
It's more so that it seems she has a very deep care, I suppose, for your well-being. Not just yours, but yours as a party. And so she would like to play a part that would ensure your safety and your success.
I don't like that.
Why not?
We're perfectly fine on our own. We
I
don't need
mean,
Lady Blackburn's help.
we did just lose 2 members,
You're
Persephone.
Quill, the fact that you say that to insinuate that they are dead is
No,
it's
they
just wrong.
retired.
yes.
No, they're not dead, but they're not here and they're not going to be working for the foreseeable future. And so it seems as if the Valiants, I suppose
Vanguard.
now the Valiant 6 and now Valiant Vanguard, truly are now the Valiant 4. And it seems that if only by the grace of Avandra, that Lady Blackburn's help had come at just the right time. I would not look to give horse in the mouth simply because someone has preconceived notions of, well, one's intentions.
I have no such thing when it comes to Lady Blackburn. She has been quite helpful, considering she was passing things along to you not too long ago, ahead of everyone else. She's always had both her interest and ours at heart, and this is only a deepening of that relationship. But I did notice you mentioned
You're cutting
something.
out real bad.
Samantha, please don't speak with your mouth full of food.
I haven't
Samantha
eaten
knows
anything.
better.
I could not help but notice you did mention one thing, Jody, and I did want to speak to you about that. There has been not necessarily a change, just, well, in the process of negotiating for things, out and about dealing with Luna's business, I have come into possession of, well, something I think will be of benefit to both of us, and I wanted to discuss with you perhaps the future of the Valiant Vanguard and truly explore a partnership between you and I.
I would very much like to hear this story, but I'd rather wait for, well, the star of the show to arrive, yes. There is much for all of us to discuss, but in the meantime, Gregory made sandwiches. You've all traveled quite some time. Eat up, converse, and we'll see. As you guys some sort of talk amongst yourselves, maybe talk to Swift Hollow a bit if she's willing to open up about herself. But yeah, about
Wow,
maybe
this sandwich is pretty tasty. Oh no, I can't eat. I can't talk with my mouth full.
Oh,
No, my mouth's just eternally full.
As about like 15 minutes or so pass before Luna, you eventually arrive on the scene. Do you take Bran with you, or do you take your
I mean-
son?
Yeah, they're both with me because we still need to clean up the house. I mean, I don't want to like, make her do that herself.
Sure.
They're both with
Okay.
me.
Okay. So you leave them behind? You're taking both.
Taking both.
Okay. Alrighty. So following into the inn, you see eventually the doors open, and as always, posh and poise and making a grand entrance, even if she's not trying to, is the voluptuous Luna, followed by a couple of new faces. One of them being the young half-orc, who now you can see him walking in with a much more excited expression on his face, just as he's finally seeing the fruits of his efforts. As young Bran enters in, followed by an elderly-looking woman who her mouth sort of keeps pursed shut, but she doesn't shy away from giving passerbys a smile, just looking around excitedly at this big place. Oh, and there she is, along with
Our retainer.
which one's the retainer?
The
The
young
half
lad.
orc. His name is Command.
Oh, good. Hello there, Luna.
Oh, Jody. I trust they gave you the money, right?
Oh, yes, they certainly did. Come get your... I have a few things to catch up on. And she keeps looking over your shoulder, Luna, at the young man whose eyes are kind of meeting now with Jody. And there's sort of this, like, silent moment between two half-orcs.
Persephone like looks between them.
I see.
Oh, yes, this is Bran. I hired him as my retainer in Crossway.
How does that make you feel, Jody?
Does it make you feel half-orc?
Jesus Christ, you guys!
Hello,
What?
Bran. And you can see young Bran sort of looking back at her. Hi. Nice to meet you, Lady Jody.
Lady Jody.
All right. At any rate, well, Luna, I hope your journey produced information results that were suitable to your liking. You're still here.
So, did they tell you anything?
No,
No,
we haven't covered that yet. There's a lot that needs to be covered, apparently.
that's your story to tell, Luna.
Yes. At any rate, I would also like you to meet someone new. Take a sandwich Gregory has been cooking. By Quill here, by the bar, you may notice a young elf as he motions over towards fair-skinned looking high elf. This is going to be your new companion.
Persephone fiddles at her ring.
Lady Blackburn sent her.
Now she gets off from her stool and turns towards you and bow. The pleasure is mine.
Oh, I could get used to that.
Ugh!
Right? She's so polite.
I don't understand why this isn't uncomfortable for you two.
I mean, I get it. You think that Lady Blackburn is trying to spy on us, and she probably is, but honestly, I don't think she's going to get anything out of it.
I mean, honestly, I just appreciate her politeness in the fact that she's doing it so openly. You know, if she had sent Swift Hollow to join our group and tried to keep it all hush-hush as to who it was she was working for, well, I would have sent her a snake or two. It would not have been pleasant. But the fact that she's so frank with it is just nice and refreshing.
That's what makes me the most nervous.
Right, so what is your purpose here, Swift Hollow?
To join the Vanguard. On behalf of the Blackburn Initiative.
And what do you get out of it?
A new life.
A new life.
What happened to the old one?
Had a deal, a compromise, a new adventure with some orcs. That's a new breath. and I think I'm cut for the adventure of his life.
Yes, I don't know if word has reached you, but while you've been gone, Swift Hollow and her stay at the inn has taken some work upon herself. She's just recently returned from a successful endeavor by, well, apparently slaying and subduing an entire camp of orcs.
By
All by
yourself?
herself.
No.
She bows again. She bows her head in a grandiose movement with her arms.
Wow. That's
Talented.
impressive.
Can I sense at all, like from her mannerisms or her accent, where exactly she might reside from?
Broken.
Strangely enough, besides just like general mannerisms, she seems like if there's anything to really draw from all your experience, Koldor, she's kind of like a slate. Like the only thing that really stands out, about her accent, her mannerisms, is sort of servile. She seems like she was probably some help up in Broken Ridge to one of the nobles, which would make sense given her background, but she's kind of just like an empty slate.
Right, so you want to join the Valiant Vanguard?
Well, she has joined the Valiant Vanguard.
Just gonna kind of narrow my eyes over at Jody. Fair enough.
Well, what do you do? Like, magic? Like,
I'm an
Apparently
alchemist.
she kills orcs.
Yes, we got that, but how?
With normal steel, Miss Persephone.
Just Persephone is fine. You can even call me Purse.
Do I notice a blade on her?
You
Give
don't-
me a perception check.
Okay, well,
Nope, that's persuasion.
You don't see a damn thing.
mostly from the cloak. Enshrouding
What
her
sort
body.
of steel?
Do you do poison?
Nothing like some good old-fashioned inside jokes. It just...
Oh no, Bran, he's shrinking. He's disappearing. Oh no, he's getting so small, fading from existence. Oh no, magic
Nothing like some good old-fashioned inside jokes.
Oh, the inside joke!
I think Owen started it.
It has a cost. It has a cost. Ugh, Jesus.
Bravo.
But yes, how did you take out an entire camp of orcs by yourself? That is quite the feat, and you don't look like you're running around in impenetrable armor or anything of the like. You must be stepping lightly, I'm sure.
Yeah, so it would either be with magic or you're very clever and quick on your
Perhaps a
feet.
bit of both. Us high elves are very adept at magic. Would you agree,
Yeah.
cousin? And she looks over to Quildoy.
It's true.
Well, at any rate, I understand that Lady Blackburn would not send anyone ill-fit for the group to join its ranks, and Swift Hollow has proven her worth. Although that is another matter we must discuss, but first, Luna, I must ask, who is this woman who continuously stares at me?
Oh, right. This is Bran's mother. I bought her a home. Well, not bought her a home. Rented a home for her here. Well, Bran acts as my retainer. I was going to ask you if it's possible she could get some work here.
As she looks to you, Luna, and then back to this woman who's just sort of sitting there giving her a big smile and so gives her a wave. Does she have a name?
I like
No,
it,
she
Bran.
doesn't speak. Her name's Robin. Robin Braxton. All right then, Robin. Sort of looks her up and down. We don't speak. And you are happy to work here, yes? Robin just kind of, bubbly nods her head. You are more than qualified to do so, and hands her a wet rag. As she sort of picks it up and looks, well, come, we'll make some rounds. In the meantime, Valiant Vanguard, rest up, eat well, and we'll discuss the next steps. I'd hope that you kept your end of the bargain and found some work while away.
Indeed, I have.
Samantha. Oh, good.
Okay.
Some good work to cut your teeth on, as it was. I put a hand on Swift Hollow's shoulder. So.
Okay.
Burst into flames.
So you guys basically have like about an hour or so, maybe a few more, just to sort of relax, unwind, unpack your things, just sort of hang around the bar, do what you want to do before Jody's going to come back to sort of talk to y'all. She's basically giving Robin the ropes, sort of introducing her to Gregory and Marjorie as a new hand. Going to be handling mostly the cleaning, mentions she doesn't talk, her name is Robin, and that's all he really tells you guys.
If we have a few hours, I will actually step out and go to Ava's inn to see if she has any adventurers that would be willing to clean up Robin's home.
Going out to Ava's, strangely enough, no adventurers, no team. She mentions she does have someone, but not currently available. They're out doing some important work. If you're needing some help cleaning up a place, she does have a few straggling bar hands. If you need someone to do some simple cleaning for a cottage, although she would charge you for, taking up some of their time here.
That's fine.
Sure. She'd offer their service for how much they're doing for maybe like a gold piece a day. Pretty good for just cleaning. Just context-wise.
Yeah, so I'll do that. I don't know how long it'll take them, though.
Basically, you'd imagine after seeing the house or seeing its state, probably might take a couple days. So maybe like between like hiring like 3 or 5 of them, you can probably get it done in about a day or so. Paying each a gold piece.
5 gold.
Yeah, okay, I'll do
house
that.
clean.
Yeah, basically. A lot of money. But
Yeah, it is.
maybe like only takes about like an hour or so to get to Ava's, contact her, hire the work, get them informed, show them where to go, and then come back to the Fallen Horse. Okay. Is there anything else you guys want to sort of do during this time? Again, it's
Yeah,
sort of just some
first-
light downtime.
First is going to check all of the plants that she had growing in the Fallen Horse to see how Marjorie did with them, and then check the plants that she has growing in her dewdrop pots so that she can write down how the dewdrop pots work well out in the field and then mail a bunch of letters.
Sure. So after having spent about, I guess, 2 months on the road adventuring, keeping out this garden and also keeping your plants growing in their dewdrops, it seems like the garden itself was doing pretty well. That's one thing that Marjorie has also sort of specialized in, is not necessarily the application of herbalism, but just simply the understanding and practice of caring for plant life. She was surrounded by plant life in the village of Thistle and seemed to have an affinity to it. So just letting her watch your garden was a pretty good plan. She seems like the plants are growing at a pretty decent rate. I forget, you didn't plant growth that garden, did you?
Nope.
Okay, so yeah, growing at a healthy rate. It seems like it's getting a bit slow as the weather's getting colder and colder, but it seems like with some of her hands on this thing, keeping her attention and her efforts, she's kept them alive. Seems like they're growing at a pretty decent rate. Your dewdrop pots, now you're finally sort of taking inventory of them, having returned home, having sort of like snapshotted an image in your head of what they looked like before and what now. They seem to be doing okay. It's a little strange. Like it was sort of hopeful to think that the plants would grow just as fast as any other would when carrying them in these vials at your side wherever you travel. But for, keeping basically a potted plant on you at all times, they seem to be growing okay. You'd reckon about maybe half the rate of a normal growth. Seems like you can keep some plants on you growing at some time, but
unless you have some other way to enhance their growth properties. Just naturally, a plant growing within the dewdrop pot would probably only grow about half the rate.
All right, need enhancers.
Fertilizer.
Yeah. Which
Just
I have
dirt's
some.
not going to work.
Gotta poop in those spots, Persephone.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
Stop. Well, then, knowing that, Persephone will add some fertilizer to the dewdrop pots and to the home garden, since it is getting colder and she wants to give them a bit of a boost
Okay.
in this moment. And then she's gonna
Absolutely.
write down the notes that she got for the dewdrops after examining them and telling Amber what she noticed and then what she did to fix it. So that's just something to note if selling these to a wider market. And then she's going to go to the post office and she's going to mail that letter to Broken Ridge and then a bundle of letters to Inalin.
All right. Let's see. Courier is 2. Doing calculator math. Times 10. And how many letters are you sending?
Oh god. Okay, where's my thing?
Math.
Math.
Math is hard.
It is hard. Well, I've got the one. We're gonna go with 1 to Broken Ridge, and then 3 to Inalin.
Okay. So in total, just to cover all that distance, using in this case, a land courier would work pretty well for going up to Broken Ridge. But to get across the Inalin, you're gonna need some hawks. But fortunately, Oakville has just a few of them. They're a little bit more expensive. To reach in a decent time, in total for all of it, it would be about 8 gold. Pretty expensive, but you're going to get them in a good time to Inalin. Because traveling from sending letters between the simple nation of Mobia, especially all the way over to an elven city like Inalin, a little tricky. Not quite as available as it was in Thistle, but yeah, 8 gold in total.
All right, so I'll hand them the 8 gold.
Carriers are making it pretty good for themselves.
Yeah, with all these letters.
Mm-hmm.
The Elven land.
Keeping them couriers feeding their children. As yeah, anything else you guys want to do during this? Basically, like a couple hours, small
I'll
downtime.
go see if I have any letters.
Sure. Go to the mailbox after you've been traveling for a couple weeks.
Yep.
Kulor, you would have. Where you at? How much time's passed? Oh, you have nothing yet. You're basically you go to the courier, ask for any letters addressed to you that you have addressed from your other letters sent back. Nothing yet. Seems like it's empty so far.
With everyone sort of running off, it seems, it would just leave me and Swift Hollow, and I would try to engage her in conversation and ask her, if she drank. If she does, then I would give her some of my most precious possession, even though it's technically infinite.
It's the value that counts.
Exactly. I don't just share it with anyone necessarily. As I would want to just sort of talk and sort of get a feel for Swift Hollow. I'm not really trying to insight check her or anything like that, because 1, I'm terrible at it, and 2, it just doesn't make any sense. But just trying to just sort of shoot the shit and get comfortable with this new person who's coming from the Blackburn Initiative. So if you don't mind me asking, how long have you been in the employ of Lady Blackburn?
Oh. I think we're coming around 2 or 3 months.
Oh, not too
I'm
long.
a very recent hire, but that's because my skills were not honed from the Blackburn Initiative, but she found me.
Repurposed you for her own efforts, I presume, then?
One part consensual on my behalf and one part on hers, to be sure. But yes, I'm an alchemist.
Alchemist? You have...
Oh, I'm trying to find the words to describe it. You humans live far too little. I do not mean to be gauche or rude when I say I've had centuries to hone my craft.
I have known many an elf to be quite well practiced at their things. They seem to stick to them for quite long periods of time. Well, I'm sure your talents are quite refined for how well you have served Lady Blackburn, and even, well, taking the initiative, as it were, the second you got here, and subjugating those orcs. It was good work. It speaks volumes to
Thank you
and your character.
I appreciate the compliment.
Now,
Not many to be around in my line of work.
trust me, I think you'll find that me and Lady Blackburn might have a lot in common, actually, when it comes to showing appreciation for those who are good at their job. And, well, I don't know if she's told you how informed you are on the sort of things that we've been getting ourselves involved in, but they are quite harrowing. And between you and me, they can be a bit much for some people. It can be overwhelming, the sort of things that you see out there, the places that we've gone, and I want to make sure that you're going to be up for that sort of thing. As I sort of just take a moment to sort of recount, with minimum embellishment, and mostly just kind of sticking to the rough edges, the hard parts, the struggles of some of our adventures between Stroma and between Dr. Gellner, just talking about some of the muck, the foxholes, if you would, that we've been through, and just sort of now at this point, I'm trying to get a read on how Swift Hollow reacts to those things, to that sort of discussion of like, in the grim dark future, there is only war, and how does she handle that?
That is exactly the life I was looking for. What an adventure you must have had as a...
Yes,
But of
thankfully.
course, with your, as she lowers her voice, recent interest in the golden coffers. The hour... What time is it?
It's about like 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
We are several hours from the hour of business, as Samantha dares. We may talk in not so many low voices, especially with the rest of the party. As again, like God described, it seems like even with Samantha, well, I guess Samantha has low insight, but I guess with her working with nobles, it seems like Swift Hollow's really just parroting a story. A facade, if you will.
I see.
With her low voice, truly discerning her intentions. But it's a pretty good facade, for what it's worth. As her voice returns up, I do hope we make good acquaintances with myself and the rest of the party, especially Persephone, who seems to have some reservations about Lady Blackburn.
Mostly just nobility in general, but I think she does have a special thorn in her side when it comes to her. Yes, that's all I really do for that hour. As we sort of wrap up that conversation, I just pour myself another drink and just sort of mentally prepare myself to deal with my greatest fear, Jody.
Yep. About an hour or two passes. Party members sort of filter in and out of the falling horse until finally it seems like everyone's sort of gathered back around. Either back around for another round of maybe sandwiches or some sort of treat that Gregory's whipped up, or maybe just for a drink, until eventually it seems like now making her way around this place is the now somewhat more acquainted Robin, who has been sort of tending to quietly cleaning and sort of waving and gesturing at some of the people at these tables to move their drinks and food around. Seems like she's quite a natural at tending to more maternal duties around this household, so to speak. But yeah, Bran sort of just keeping an eye on her, sometimes occasionally peeking into the revolving kitchen doors to see a large, muscled man, more built like a warrior and a knight than a simple cook, just sort of like watching him curiously. But yeah, eventually Jody comes back around. Seems like some of the actual life in this bar has died down a little bit. Some of the guards have returned back to work. Some people just seem to be taking new positions here, excited for possibly what might be a more calm night of maybe some rabble rousing. But yeah, besides that, seems like you guys finally gather back around, and seems like Jody has something she's been wanting to talk to you guys about. As she enters in, sort of looking across the bar, noticing that the crowd has sort of died down. Bran takes a seat next to you now, Luna. As Jody sort of just centers herself. So, you've all had some time to wind down, put your things away, and relax for a moment. Now I must proceed with the next step. I told you to find work while you were gone. You've had 2 months to go venture out into Mobia and come back with something. I heard through a more lucrative message from my new conspirator, the little rat, that he has suggested some things to you, but he's kept the details of which very minimal for security's sake. I must say I appreciate that if nothing less than a gnome. So tell me, what did you find?
Well, during a previous adventure, I actually uncovered something quite interesting. A large map written in Giant. It took some time to decipher, but it seems to lead to the lair of a dragon by the name... yes, we talked about this at dinner, Persephone. Obsidious, that's right. It reminds me of obsidian.
A dragon.
Yes. It is...
And dinner.
Oh yeah, it was a dinner that we excluded you from. Sorry about that, by the way.
Oh, yes, it was to confirm whether or not I wanted to truly bring you into the fold. Congratulations, Quill, I do. I've come to trust and rely on you, my friend.
That's rude.
Yeah,
No, that's
better to be
actually
rude
rather
now than...
smart. You have to assess somebody before you allow them.
That's what the adventure to bring Marjorie back was.
That was to assess his capabilities. I needed to assess whether or not I could truly trust him. And I do. So as I was saying...
Right.
Jody, sorry.
Dragons.
Dynamics. Yes,
The ones with
dragons.
the dragon.
Yes. The lair is apparently somewhere near or in Mount Court, and this pans out for us, I think, quite usefully, because in addition to potentially investigating that lair and finding who knows what treasures contained within, there is an issue that Crossway has, a rather big one, actually. An ancient treasure from there was stolen a while ago, but it is still worth a handsome sum, estimated at least 50,000 gold. So, I figure that museum would be quite pleased to get it back, or, well, either way, we can get paid. And there is bits of information that I have written down somewhere in my notes, but it would be, I think, perhaps effective for us to investigate this lost crown, as it were, somewhere near the Scorchlands, in the general vicinity of Mount Cart. So I think, unless there's some great emergency, I think it would make sense for us to start heading south. It helps get us closer to Mount Court for Obsidious, and we can investigate this lost crown as well, see if we can track down who has it and get it back from them. And it also allows us to get to Cradle Keep, and do just a smidge of research on some personal matters, since it's on the way anyway. All in all, things it shakes out quite nicely.
And I have reason to believe that this crown, Jody, could be related to the whole Black Fury situation because it is made of mithril. And I do believe a crown was on the list of things they were trying to acquire.
Yes.
Right. So you're saying you have a map to a dragon's den and you have a lead on an immeasurably expensive crown.
Yes, and it could result in us finally, well, being rid of this Black Fury issue off to the southeast. It's been a source of work for, I'm sure, some of the more iron-sworded adventurers in town, but I think you would do well for the Valiant Vanguard to put an end to it. Finally. Succinctly.
That may not be your decision to make. There are some changes that have been going on in Oakwell, which I'll cover in some time, but that is curious. A tough decision to be made. On one hand, a dragon's horde, or potentially one. On the other hand, a grand treasure to be retrieved. And you do have a lead, yes? You have something to go off of more than simply venture the Scorchlands.
Unfortunately, no one's been truly successful in ascertaining the crown's whereabouts, let alone actually retrieving it, but...
So then back burner, is what I'm hearing.
It had been sitting there for a bit of time, but connecting the lead between the Black Furies to this, I mean, I don't think it's a stretch, considering their records show that they were interested in this, and they were planning on meeting somewhere in that general area. Do you have the map, Persephone? The goblin
Which
one?
one?
The goblin one. I believe they marked in the Scorchlands something about ascertaining a mithril crown, and it was stolen about a year ago. Don't remember how that lines up to...
Do not get me wrong. I understand there's a connection. I'm simply saying, if you wish to find this super expensive crown, if you don't have a true lead on where it is, it's going to be a scavenger hunt. Unless you go
If the
hunt
crown,
down some Black Fury.
if the crown was stolen, it is specifically for the Black Fury's purpose, if they aren't truly connected. Which means we're probably going to have to go into the gorge that's a little southeast of Oakwell anyways, and just go to the center of the problem of the Black Fury, and maybe be done with it.
Slaughter them.
If you recall, my inkling of an idea was to perhaps pursue possible inroads with, those I have some affiliation with, if you recall, Jody, in the Scorchlands, and just try to ascertain if they did trade it to the Black Furies, and if they did, no harm, no foul, it's none of my business, I'm not here to punish them for stealing it, but if they did give it to the Hobgoblins, then, well, we can find the Black Furies. That's not really a problem.
And if you say so. What truly does catch my interest, though, is the speaking of a dragon's lair in Mount Cod.
Yes.
Have your ears been perked for the last, I don't know, year or so around town? Have you heard rumors of the dragon supposedly spotted close to Cradle Keep?
What?
Oh, I thought you would have heard.
Wait! No. No, there's this giant flying contraption that came from Broken Ridge to Crossway, and they called it the Sapphire Dragon, but that's all I know of.
Oh, possibly.
But
You must not have been spending much time around Mr. Rugged, then. It's all he talks about. In fact, recently in town, there was someone who was wandering about looking for such a thing. A group who would be willing to investigate it, but apparently no one heeded him. Seems to be the talk of that town now, and what that tells me is if there is a lair, and if the rumors are true, there is a dragon, then perhaps there is a horde within to be guarded. That, to me, is a true and helpful lead. Rather than chasing a crown down in a desert or hunting down some hobgoblins with the hopes they have information on its whereabouts, you know there's a lair, and you know there's a dragon. And killing a dragon, now that will make the world know you. That will make your name echo beyond
the
Oakwell.
dragon was.
that is no easy feat.
It certainly is not.
but I think one we can do, though we may need a few more hands. I could certainly see the logic behind that. It sounds like a good idea, so we should speak to Rucker then and see what information he has on this Obsidious. I remember from reading the translation, there's more to this than just getting to the mountain and just climbing its peak and walking into a cave. It seems to be a little, well, something about the layer being hidden behind riddled words and the like. Something I've been thinking about needing to decipher over many nights, but if he has any information that might be helpful, that could be useful. Alright.
Nothing more than rumors, I assume. All he speaks of is that there is a dragon. People have certainly sighted it in the sky. Some people claim it's just simply large eagles or hawks or vultures, but people otherwise claim to see scales. What color they are, do not know. Doesn't truly matter, though.
So I assume they've been spotting it during the day and not at night.
Does.
I do not know. I know no more than that. But I will tell you this, if you are going to go invade the lair of a dragon, if you're going to go hunt a dragon down, you are right. You will need preparation and time. Time that I would be willing to allow you to have, but no more than a month or so. If you wish to venture down to Cradle Keep in your travel, to gather information, see what they see, perhaps you can. If you wish to sharpen your blades for that time, hone your skills, you may, but it is true. If you're going to do something as audacious as venture into a dragon's lair, one of the ancient Titanborn, then yes, you'll need all the time you can. All the time I provide.
I think it would be the smart move to head to Cradle Keep to gather information. I think we can gather information on this dragon and tangentially look and see if there is a lead in regards to that crown business. If not, there isn't. If there is, well, I'm sure I can have Persephone or one of their great eagles send a message to you to keep you informed on the situation as to whether or not how it pans out.
Certainly.
But that...
In that regard, I do have one more thing to request. It's, as you said, seems like you found worth in Quill upon his own adventure. You fought by his side, and you determined his worth amidst the valiant vanguard. And it's true that Swift Hollow here has also made somewhat of a name of herself with quite an impressive feat. But valiant vanguard as you are now down a Gregory and a Javen, two strong and powerful members of your party. You do not know how you will fight without them, and you do not know how you will fight with Swift Hollow. So before you go cutting your teeth on a dragon, again, as you say, Persephone, a very dangerous feat, I would suggest having some practice. And practice I have for you. As she sort of goes into her bag and pulls out like a small slip of paper that looks like it's been folded about maybe 20, 30 times to the point where it's this thick little bundle, as if it were trying to be kept well hidden away. As she sort of flips it out and flips it. Just folded incredibly, like, strange. Like, it's very thin.
Because you can't fold it over itself.
You can do it all you want.
Not over.
But it pulls it over itself and basically pulls out this completely ruined sheet of paper. This as it unfurls into something of a wanted sign. With it looks like a mark that seems kind of familiar. It looks like a pair of crossed horns sitting on top of a tower, surrounded which looks like spires of ice. They almost form like a crown at its base. Within the nearby, well, along the road, along the Oakwell, the main tradeway, there is a small inn of sorts known as the Gopher's Mound. It's off the way, and not many people stop by it, but it seems to have been recently housing a dose of trouble. Apparently, some of the nearby villages, even possibly as far as High Hill, have been experiencing a delinquency, destruction to property due to the lingering and ne'er-dwelling of well, supposedly a name of bandits, and only recently has that name come to light. They're known as the Cold Iron King, led by supposedly a tiefling of sorts, who houses a group of very large and very imposing giant kin.
Oh,
I spoke with the innkeep in High Hill, as a matter of fact. They had been dealing with that delinquency, but he did not have any leads. Trust that Jody would, of course, have the information I was looking for. Excellent.
And this bounty has been placed by Oakwell. They've recently heard some trouble has been spreading from here. People have been stopping by the inn, and, well, not all of them leave without bruises or scuffs. Sounds as if there is something of a festivity going on there, if only celebrated by these kings. And they don't truly enjoy being interrupted.
Right.
But considering that they have Giant King among them, I believe this would make a great testament to see how truly well you work together.
Persephone's going to reach for the wanted poster so she can read the details on it.
Sure.
Oh, they wanted dead or alive.
Well, they would truly wish for them to be removed. Arrested if possible, but killed if necessary. As Persephone, you're looking it over, it looks pretty simple. Like, very straightforward written. You can see it signed down at the bottom by Bea Volk herself, Captain of the Guard. Seems like that, this group known as the Cold Iron Kings, supposedly hailing from Drakova based on their accents, a group led by a blue-skinned tiefling by the name of Skewer. He has been leading this group of giantkin across the sort of northern and now central part of Mobia, sort of just stopping by every random side house, every random tavern or inn, and just sort of making a name for themselves by causing trouble. They've even made a bit of a reputation in the city of Crossway, although now they've sort of surfaced here, sort of slipping out of the sight until finally they make themselves known at this strange, closely distanced inn next to Oakwell. There is a price of at least 900 gold pieces due to their infamy for anyone who can either bring in their heads or bring them in for arrest.
That's just 900 general, it's not like...
900 flat pieces.
Okay.
That'll be sufficient, I think. Now... It seems like good work. There was the other matter that I wanted to speak to you about, Jody.
Oh, of course. Partnership, was it?
Yes. You see, in my negotiations with Lord Leighton Lynch in... What was that place we went to again?
Garenswell?
Ah, that's right. In Garenswell. Well... He provided me with something, because I made the promise that the Valiant Vanguard could deliver daylight and happiness to their town again, and we did. He's given me a charter, Jody, a charter to the sum of 15,000 gold pieces.
Wow. That
A
is
charter,
a certain lump sum.
Indeed. To be used in the purchase of land and property within Mobia. Stop me if you can see where I'm going with this. The Valiant Vanguard is a name, one that actually I came up with, and it is not just a name, it is, I think, the beginning of an idea, and it is one I want your help, your partnership in bringing to fruition. The Fallen Horse is a marvelous establishment, honestly, and I have nothing but respect for the amazing work you've done here, but I need your help. I want to start a guild. An adventuring guild, to be fair, and I want you to be my partner in overseeing this property. The land and property will belong to the Lynch family, technically, but I have been given overseer rights and I wish to split them with you, and work together with the mayor to establish a system, if you will, to see that things are a bit more organized and, well, pass through the Valiant Vanguard first when it comes to the issues of Oakwell and the surrounding areas. And I thought, well, there's no one better, no one I respect more than yourself to help me with the administrative portions of these endeavors. While I'm out there killing giants and hunting down dragons, you can be facilitating new blood, new swords, new bows, new practitioners of magic to join and expand this vanguard. And, of course, well, there are some ideas that I have formulated from my conversations with adventurers, both here and in Broken Ridge, my time on the road, things that I don't believe anyone else could offer, that we could. Things that would be quite nice incentives to be a part of the Valiant Vanguard as opposed to any other guild. Because I want to make a place where people are cared for and not just thrown into a goblin barrow and given, well, a good luck and nothing else. We want to make adventurers who can inspire others, ourselves being the first. And to prove how committed I am to having you help me with this, Jody, I'm sure you know me as a person. But I want to split this with you evenly. 50-50. I would not give that offer to anyone else, not even the friends I have here in Oakwell or in Broken Ridge, but you have looked out for me since a long time ago, and I have carried that debt for a long time. And with this, I can only see fame, fortune, and adversity, to be fair, but more of the former than the latter in both of our futures. And I want to pay that life debt by going into partnership with you with this, as I present the noble grant of the Lynch account at the end of my sort of bleh.
Yeah, you can see during your speech, even in some parts where you're becoming a bit more, I guess, connected, less on a business level, more just on a personal level. Can't help but notice, even with your sort of declining wisdom, that Jody's eyes keep like darting back and forth like a handle coming to raise, where your words are sort of falling away from her, and she seems to be lost in thought before returning back. Eventually, once the actual parchment has spread across the table, she puts her hands on it, turns it her way, and reads it over. So what you're wanting to do is monopolize adventuring in Oakwell.
Exactly.
Oh, that
To
sounds...
to
doesn't sound
essentially
really
bring
good.
all the adventurers to one place, as opposed to many of the other taverns who have their own adventuring groups, so to speak. I like that. I like that idea a lot.
Oh.
I thought you might.
And so what would you do? Build a whole new hall for them to stay? Is that it?
I considered that, but the expansion of the walls, I wager, will take some time, and, well, it was... I felt either acquiring property through conversations with the mayor, or, well, buying land and just building a new hall. I think they both have their positives and their negatives, and I wanted someone with experience. You see, I have my own experiences from the White Sea. When it comes to running things, and the way things are run there are different than they're run here. And you have your own place. These are the sort of things I wanted to lean on to you for. I have ideas in regards to floor plans and the like, but whether it would be smarter to build within the walls and get our own hall, or acquire one that is not in use and expand to it, well, I wanted to have that conversation with you.
It's definitely worth considering.
I'd never considered this to be a possibility. Such funds are usually inaccessible, and even if they were acquired, best put out the things. But here we are, a noble's grant. A lump sum of gold. Very impressive. As she takes the paper, turns it back around, and sort of pushes it back to you. I will consider it once you return from your endeavor. Need time to think on this.
Understood. I'll put to paper some of the ideas I had in terms of the administration of it and run them by you when we get back from dealing with this whole Cold Iron Kings. What an interesting name. So I'll tuck the noble grant away and just feeling rather satisfied with herself, Samantha just pours herself another drink.
Very well. Potential chance to change the ebb and flow of adventuring here in Oakwell. Not a bad idea, not a bad one at all. Well, as I considered these words, you all have a job to do. I expect you to leave, hopefully by the... You know what? I understand you've been through a lot, and Luna, I would love to catch up on you with all you've been through. I understand it must be troubling for you, and to return here, I am very grateful to see you still working within the Vanguard. But it sounds like you've also been spending some downtime in Crossway, so no rest for the wicked. Leave by tonight.
Tonight. Interesting.
As Jody would basically go back to her, some of her duties now. Seems like she's got something sort of lingering on her mind the entire time, and instead give you guys basically the remainder of the afternoon, hopefully by the late evening, to basically set out. The actual wanted poster itself mentions where the Gopher's Mound resides. It seems it's only about maybe about 15 miles or so off the road just north of Oakwell. Looks like it takes a bit of traveling away from the main trade road to get there. Possibly why my people don't often stay there, nor why it's well known. Yeah, you guys get some time to prepare, settle down, get some things done before you head out.
Bran.
Yes, Lady Samantha?
Lady
don't have to call her
Samantha.
I thought that's what retainers do.
Call me Lady Luna, but you just call her Samantha.
Okay,
Wow.
Lady Luna, Samantha.
Well,
do you
fine,
need something?
I'm going to call him Braxton then.
Okay.
As I sort of just look at his shoulders and arms. You've never fired a crossbow before, have you?
My dad once showed me how to shoot one a while back, but I haven't really practiced or used one. Sir Quildor has been teaching me how to swing a sword, but I don't have a real sword. It's more like a club.
Got a big stick.
And your experience with carts and carriages?
I drive a cart every day.
Okay, good. Alright, if it's not too much trouble, Luna, I wanted to get Bran here a crossbow, something he could tuck to the side as he's driving our wonderful carriage.
It's fine, I guess.
Alright.
Okay.
I don't think you need my permission to give him things.
Oh, well, I needed him to come with to make sure it's not too heavy and what crossbow he could actually handle and all that. So I didn't know if you need him with you physically.
Okay.
Come along, Bran.
I look back. He looks back at Luna.
If she asks you to do anything illegal, just run away.
Okay.
Right.
It turns out
But he
walking
stops by the
outside
door,
with-
turns around. He's like, "Do I bow? Bye." And he just follows after Samantha. Okay.
Oh, Bran.
I'm gonna motion for Swift Hollow to come grab a chair at the table.
Okay. Do you join him, Swift Hollow, or do you do your own thing?
Hang on, I have to go take the cycles onto the curb.
Recycling is important. Gotta save the planet.
Where'd you go, Persephone?
Persephone went up to gather her things and get ready. So she'll go upstairs and put on her adventuring gear again after being, told to relax and she was going to stay in for the day. She's just going to pack her bag and slip out the door and she's going to go visit
Lacasta, her dear friend.
Okay. What are y'all to? Una, you just sticking around? Total, you joining Quill? You doing your own thing? What are we doing? I guess Total is tending to recycling.
I will tell Robin that until her house is clean and since we're leaving tonight anyways, that she can sleep in my room at the end. And then
Okay.
I will regale Jody about basically what happened.
Alright, good shit. Okay, so down with... I'm assuming you're going to Dorman's, Samantha?
Yeah, that'd probably be the best place to get weapons, right?
Yep. He's not super fond of wooden weapons, and most of the crossbows themselves are made of wood, but it seems like Pip's the one that actually helps put these things together, helps strings the mechanisms, and yeah, he's got at least a small selection at hand. It seems like they've been trying to introduce some of the less adept archers among the guards to crossbows, just to help, give them a ranged shot if their spears are too short, but they're still sort of short number. Not everyone has really taken to them yet. Some people just are more inclined to throw their spear than they are to shoot a crossbow. Yeah, if you want to buy like a light crossbow, you can sell it to you for about 25 GP.
Yeah, so just try to, if that's what Bran feels like he can handle as well, and that makes, sense mechanically, then that would be what I'd want to get him, is a light crossbow. And then, you said you've just been training with a club.
I mean, it's sword trading, he says. I don't have a real sword.
I already bought him a sword and a shield, but he's not ready for it.
Got you. Well, I'm sure Quildor, with his astute training methods, I'm sure he will give you, the tools of the trade when you're ready, but there is no practice crossbow, besides just carrying around the weight of it, I suppose. I'll hang on to the bolts and we can sort of practice a bit together. I'm not the sharpest shot, but I'm pretty decent, and I don't think there's anyone better. I don't think there's anyone better in the group, so I'll buy a light crossbow and 40 bolts, I guess, for
Sure.
27 gold, I think it should be. I don't remember how much ammunition is. Do we pay for ammo in this universe?
It's about 27 total, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
How should you buy ammo?
Hey man, I don't know. Sometimes
You
ammo
usually just kill people and steal it from them. You grave robbers.
Hey now, if they're there, they're there. You just steal it.
Yep, Bran sort of picks it up and sort of examines it. He sort of practices aiming it, not quite firing a bolt yet, but yeah. He still seems unfamiliar, not really proficient in its use, but he'd be willing to train again if you're willing to. Okay. Besides that, Persephone flying over to Lacasta. What are you doing in Lacasta's?
Persephone turns into a bird, flies over to Lacasta, and she's just gonna give I guess it's like a shop still, so she can just open the door.
Yeah, it's getting later in the day, so she's getting close to closing, but yeah, you'd fly right in just in time.
I'm gonna turn it back into myself in the middle of her abode, probably giving her a heart attack, as I do.
Yep, open window. Just she looks over. You see Lacasta. So it looks like she was in the middle of reading a book. Actually, it looks like it seems like it's been a slow day for her. And then she sees this. What kind of bird are you?
I'm probably turned into a bluebird.
It's a little bluebird.
A vibrant, bright bluebird. Probably something that I saw from home.
Catches her eye. Notices a little bit odd. Oh, strange seeing you out here in the autumn. What are you doing here, little friend?
And I hop down from her hand, just turn back into me.
I'm back!
Oh my gods, Persephone! I thought this was okay. Come here, give me a hug. Give me a hug.
She gives her a hug.
because Lacasta gives the best hugs!
She gives you a big hug. What are you doing back? I thought you were out of the town.
We were. We just got back. We went to a small village called Garen's Well, and I wanted to tell you about our most recent adventure
Oh, well,
before we leave again tonight.
oh, you're leaving again?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to. Seems that's happening a lot lately.
How much time do you have left?
Just a couple hours.
I'll get the tea
Really?
boiling. You sit right there. As she sort of motions you to one of their small seats and get some tea going. And yeah, if you're willing to, spend some time just regaling, sort of decompressing still from some of the travel, all things you experienced, pulling yourself away from the Valiant Vanguard to spend some time with a close personal friend, Locasta. Is there anything you want to tell her specifically?
No, I want to take basically like the story Samantha and Javen had regaled to the townspeople of Garen's Well. I'm taking their story, and I'm also regaling Locasta with our most recent adventure.
Okay. So a couple over the course of a couple of hours, with all your stuff gathered, ready to go, but sort of keeping it aside as you spend some downtime with your friend. Yeah, he seems pretty captivated, especially start talking about some of the more undead aspects of Garen's Well, some of the twisted and necrotic creatures that you've encountered. Kind of, you see like a hand like rise up to the back of her neck. She gets sort of like, you can see like a familiar looking scared face because. Yeah, it seems like it's been something she's been dealing with for a long time too, but once hearing that it was dispelled and it was you and your friends who brought light back to this town, yeah, she feels like her face beamed brightly with a smile like the sun. Just, oh, it's good to hear.
Yeah,
You always know how to bring goodness wherever you go.
Not just goodness, but sunshine, it seems. The same exact thing happened to Stroma once we got rid of the source of the evil. All the snow started to melt. That reminds me, I should probably send a scouting group over to Stroma to see if everything is growing really, really nicely before winter sets in. I'll have to do that when I come back.
Maybe when you do come back, if you have some time, maybe you'd like to hang around a bit more. I haven't seen you in so long. And speaking about bringing sunshine, and you can hear like sort of upstairs, thump, thump, thump. He's been especially moody recently.
Do you know why?
I've not asked. Whenever I do, he mumbles to himself, and it seems like he spirals into something fittingly sad, and then the ground starts to get covered in frost. I think it is an elfin thing.
An Eladrin thing, I think, actually. It's not the first that I've seen.
At any rate, he might need some of that sunshine to warm him up.
I'll think on it and I'll see what I can do when I get back.
Thank you.
Hopefully I'll have time before we leave again.
Hopefully.
That's happening a lot, but I will make time. I promise, for my friend.
And I grasp Lucasta's hand and squeeze it tightly.
And there's that sunshine once more. As if there's anything else you want to do, head back to the inn. And Peter, are we back yet?
Yep. Who wants to do what?
Did Quill? Did you want to go hang out with Quill? Quill wanted to pull out a chair and talk to you.
In the end?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Everybody went off to do their own things. Quill wants to talk to Swift Hollow.
Sure, she'll entertain Quill for a bit. Not that close.
I'm gonna have this whole conversation in Elvish.
Ooh, the mother tongue.
So, what brought you to Broken Ridge?
A life of adventure, I suppose the inventiveness of it all. How lovely. The contraptions they build. Oh, it's beautiful.
Where did you spend the war?
There's a very visible pause. I think I was in Mobia. Yes. Actually, I think I was heading to Broken Ridge then. I was under the tutelage of one inventor, I believe they called him Gizmo.
So you've been there for quite some time.
Oh, yes. You could almost say that Broken Ridge is my second home.
What would you say is your first?
As her face sort of blanks for a second, and then another second. I suppose Illyria. Although I haven't been there in some time. I have no need to go back there.
Not something you hear often from a high elf.
Ah, well, not so often as a high elf becomes an adventurer, and yet here we both are.
Indeed.
So what brings you, Sir Knight?
Redemption.
How noble. From what?
From
Is it
failure.
from the war?
Yes.
Well, do not hang your head low, brother. It does not fit our image, does it?
Never. So tell me, how did you kill the orcs?
What time is it?
It's about like 3 o'clock, getting on 4 now. Seems like it's getting later in the evening. Everyone's been sort of scattering out. Sun's starting to get low, shadows being cast over Oakwell.
An alchemist fire here and there, contraption. Some noise, a distraction, and a big explosion. Orcs are quite dim-witted.
True. It's the numbers that give them strength.
Oh yes, but they're very easy to corral. One small noise, and one false step. It was quite a simple endeavor since they are just orcs.
Fair enough. Have you fought in a unit before?
I haven't really fought anyone in a long time. This is why I enjoy this new taste of adventuring. The orcs reignited that spark within me.
Well, I fight with a shield and a sword. Luna, over there, fights with magic and craftiness. She uses the shadows to hide oneself. Samantha unleashes hell from her hands. And Persephone, well, she's quite fond of her thorn whip. Sometimes she gets herself into a sticky situation, but she always comes out victorious.
I did notice that. Actually, now that I think about it, is the green arm on Persephone noticeable, or does she only activate it? Is it like toggleable, or is it always on?
Yep, seems like if she's not trying to hide it, it looks like maybe you'd think it's part of her clothing. Some of it seems to be like already like adorned in some nature. She's wearing flowers in her hair, for God's sake. But if she's not hiding that arm, you can see like it looks like where should be like a vein beneath the skin actually sort of bulges up into like a vein like you'd expect on a plant, like a vine almost. You can see every once so often like some of the skin almost feathers off into a leaf. Like it looks noticeably plant-like unless she's trying to hide it.
No. She's green.
Her arm is green. Her arm is green.
It's always been.
Green thumb.
Literally. Yes, she does seem exuberant with life.
It's true. She flourishes in the garden that she has cultivated herself.
And is that why you're here?
I'm here to make sure everyone comes home. So one
Then
day,
I'm glad to know
I can go home.
you are our Aegis now.
Did you say Aegis?
Yeah, she says it like Aegis.
Do I recognize that?
It's a word.
What's Aegis? No, it's Aegis. Go away.
Fairly certain it's
It's okay.
Aegis, but
Elven translation is weird. It doesn't
just an
really
accent.
translate to common. Yeah, it's an accent. Oh, it's broken, man. No, it's open.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna go take care of these bandits and their giant kin. Do you need preparation when you go into battle? Or do you go to the front line?
No, I'm not adorned in armor like you, Mr. Knight. I prefer to stay in the back.
Fair enough. Well, it's getting late. She gets ready to head out.
Well, the hour of business is nigh. You are correct.
So get up, head out to my stable and get the horse ready.
Okay. So all of you spend some time either spending time with friends or just getting the last of your preparations set for the night before eventually the sun begins to set and Jody notes that time has definitely come. As you guys make your way out of Oakwell, some of you maybe begrudgingly having just made it back into town, now heading out on another mission, but it's not too far away apparently, just maybe only a few hours outside of town. Fortunately, with some of your just natural ability to navigate just slightly off-road, thanks to Persephone's, I'd say, passive survival, you guys are quite capable of venturing off along the trade road from Oakwell, a little bit away from the town, not quite up to the crossroad, and then making it about maybe southeast-ish, just about half an hour or so. Until eventually, with the sun starting to set and now night pressing upon your back, you guys see, cresting over the hill of the I guess now the set sun, with the starlight and moonlight beginning to illuminate it a bit, you see a small tavern. Very small, in fact. Only about maybe, one might say, my gosh, maybe like 100 feet so across, maybe the largest, maybe being 150. Like a tiny little shack in the middle of nowhere with a small stone road leading off the path into the actual building. And within, in the dim light, you guys can see the soft glow of torchlight and even the waver of fire within. And even in the distance, you guys can make out the sound of what seems to be, looks like some jolly music, as if they have some bards sort of playing a sort of a festive tune. Slowly building as you guys approach. You guys venture near, you can see surrounding this building are a number of, looks like window panes with thin glass within, sort of to help keep some of the heat trapped within without letting the light, or without stopping the light. As you guys venture out to the opening of the Gopher's Mound. Stepping forth, you can see the doors are sort of slightly ajar, and inside you can see a number of people sitting at the tables, a lot of them moving around. Some people look like they're hopping from one desk to the other. Others seem to be yelling and screaming at each other. And the closer you get, people like Luna and Persephone and Quill and even Sotala with your sharp senses, you can make out the distinct sound of thudding, like a doom, 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 almost shaking the ground a bit, as if something is rattling and moving around that is quite heavy. What do you guys do?
They're definitely in this inn.
So do we want to go in and just watch them until provoked, or do we want to go around the windows and spy? I mean, it's a tavern. It's not like we're not allowed to be here.
That's not necessarily always the case, Persephone. We do stand out quite a bit. A number of us, in fact.
We're
Swift Hollow,
traveling adventurers, which isn't a lie.
the more
It's a very
problematic.
It is
particular word of truth.
correct.
Swift Hollow, you are quite apt at getting around places like this unnoticed, I would presume, from your camp clearing by yourself.
Trap making is my specialty. You must be quiet after all.
Maybe circle around and see if you can find maybe a back entrance to come in through. I doubt things are going to be too quiet here for long.
I'm gonna look over at the three of the ladies. Should we give her one of the rings?
Ah, yes, that's a great idea, actually.
True.
Persephone goes into her bag and she pulls out one of the rings and holds it out to Swift Hollow.
Whose ring?
Takes it.
If you
puts
wear
on
it,
the
you
ring
can
finger.
Javens.
you can talk into it, and we'll be able to hear you, but nobody else will.
I like it. Brass isn't really my color, but I'll keep in touch.
Good.
Do you
Should we
stick
go
to the
make some?
Do you stick to the shadow, Swift Hollow, or would you like some aid with magic?
I think a little magic never hurt anyone.
Perfect.
And Persephone's going to put a hand on Swift Hollow's arm, and from her hand, these little flowers start to blossom almost directly on your arm, and their spores or pollen starts to fiddle around you as, in almost a glittery mist, Swift Hollow, you start to fade away as I cast invisibility.
Ooh.
Fancy.
Eventually, your body just seems to fade from sight, although looking down at your hands, you can, with your own magic discerning eye, make out the slight traces of your movements, like your body is refracting and bending the image of your surroundings around it. But to everyone else, you're just vanished.
Has Persephone ever done that before?
No.
Doesn't seem like it.
Where did you learn such a way?
I've reconnected more closely with the spirits of Primordial and Fae. It's a new trick I picked up from my sprite friends.
Yeah, that's cute and all, but you guys remember that we have to clink rings for us to communicate to you.
Do we have to re-clink rings? We already clinked rings.
Just try. Can you hear me, Swift Hollow?
Can I hear them, God?
Yeah, you can hear them. Seems strange that you can see their mouths moving, but then suddenly just sort of flowing and ebbing into your head, the sound of their voices.
Ah. And she into the ring. How interesting.
As you do that, Swift Hollow, you reappear.
Oh dear.
What?
Now
Oh.
that.
As you recall, the power of the ring happens when you cast the spell Message.
Oh, magic interferes with
Magic.
magic.
Ah, that
Valiant Vanguard.
explains it. Your incantation was a tad short. I thought you were calling on a bit of greater magic, so to speak. Alas, well, this will be a true test, I suppose, as Samantha sort of just looks back up further at the road and sees, hoping that we parked the Hummer far enough away so that it doesn't get blown up as the inn explodes.
Oh, it's definitely getting blown up.
Nope, because that's where
It's
Bran
a bunch of
is.
cinder-
I already linked it. I already told you. Ha! Killer Queen!
Uh-huh.
But Bran is guarding it.
No, Ren's dead.
Shall we go make
You're
some
not wasting
friends,
anyone with
Samantha?
magic.
Yes, let's. As Samantha steps up.
Please tell me it's saloon doors. Can it be saloon doors?
As
Are you
Swift
swinging
Hollow,
that thing open?
are you being sneaky, Swift Hollow?
She is. She takes
Roll
a
me-
small bow and then silently, slowly
And then-
walks away.
Okay, give me a quick stealth check.
Stealth check. Bob.
All right. Sort of light on foot, but being quite careful, you make your way into the shadows. The groups can hear your footsteps sort of crunch against the grass before eventually you fade. And yes, Quill, they are saloon doors.
Dun 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 dun.
Kick them open, and immediately as you do, the sound of the music bursts in your ears, and suddenly you're alive in this reverie inside this small tower. The entire place seems to be shaking with both the sound of the music coming from the northwest and also the hooting and hollering of people all around you. You can see a cacophony of different types of people, a whole group of them. You can see right next to you groups of humanoids, a couple of rough and tumble looking individuals in rough leather armor, like pounding the table and stopping when you enter. Ah, there, more friends for the party! As over yonder you can hear even deeper, ah, more friends for the party! As these large creatures sitting across the table, massive in shoulder, look like larger than normal men, about 7 feet tall, broad shoulders covered in hair. You'd think they look like orcs, but much hairier. Around them, sitting at the center, sort of similar to their appearance, but much smaller, a different looking individual. Describe yourself, Temarkan.
You see what looks like sort of a human man leaning back in his chair with his feet up on the table, a beer stein in one hand, dressed quite unmodestly. Doesn't have a shirt on. He's just got these like ragged ass loose sort of cloth pants on. He's got looks like a bag of just stuff behind him. Doesn't look like much belongs. He looks sort of raggedy and dirty. He's got this blonde hair, but it's got this like mix of brown in it of, I'm not quite sure if it's just the light or actual dirt in his hair. As he sits and laughs, you hear this distinct accent in his voice. And you also notice that his hair grows all over his chin and down his chest and across his arms, almost all the way down onto his forearms. This like thick, almost hide-like hair just all over his body. Seems like a pretty built guy, but also somewhat skinny in his build as well. He's maybe 6 foot tall or so. Like I was saying, you have said you have seen these beasts, but not this one, my friend. You see, I come from your homeland once, I have seen what it has to offer, but me and my friends, we hunted this beast. It was a monster of its own. And what a hunt it was, my friend!
But how did you kill it? How did you beat it if it was so big when you're so small?
Well, you know the saber-tooths. They are wily. This one more than most. But it wasn't even it that fell, my friends. No. We hunted it, tracked it for a day, and when it came nuts, we had it cornered. A long cave. It's there, yes. But the echo of its call was just that. An echo. When we lunged upon where it hid, it struck from the side. It knew how to ring its voice untrue to our ears. Its bites came down upon me, and I fought it off. But it lured us into a trap, my friend. You know this beast. You know of the saber-tooth. But do you know of something even more devilish? The Ramirez! That is what's put an end to our little party. Sad to say, Hawken and Torek, they did not survive. And it sends me running for my heads. I don't even know that drink! Ah! Zeke! New friends! Bring more drinks! It is on me, of course!
You just hear from the back of the inn, oh, you got it, partner! Come on, everybody, get them some more drinks on him! On me! I'll pay for them! Come on now. As the rest of you sort of spreading throughout the bar, notice some other strange creatures. More of these large, hairy men covered in like tufts of hide armor. And dancing among them, the one actually shaking the ground with every step, is an even larger creature, standing over 10 feet in height, broad shoulders, sloped forehead. What you guys who have traveled the King's Land would recognize as being an ogre. The true kin of giants. Large, stupid, and incredibly powerful. Seems to be enjoying himself in a clumsy dance that threatens to destroy everything around him. As nestled in the corner of this apparent dance hall seems to be a group of 3 people playing instruments
with sort of frantic expressions on their face. Over here, Samantha and Quill making her way down, further away from some of the music, hidden behind one of the walls. You can see more of these ruffians waving you over. Hey, boss! Boss, we got another one! We got more partygoers! Not quite as hairy as the last one. At the far end of this table, with a woman on either side of him, although neither looking particularly willing, is this dark blue-skinned tiefling with a head full of horns, 2 large sitting atop his crown, another pair sticking from the tops of his forehead. He sits up with this long brown cloak, coated in his looks like golden gilded. Looks like gold has actually been sewn into the actual cloak itself, beneath sort of hiding this like loose frame of chainmail armor. And sloped across his back against this chair is this long twisted glaive. As he sees you guys approach. Ah, welcome, welcome. More partygoers, my brothers, more partygoers. Are you here to indulge in a drink with us?
Samantha sort of just like lets herself relax, kind of pulls her hood down, unfurling her disguised hair and just trying to look pretty. You could say something like that. I'm just coming through town. No, certainly, I will not refuse such an offer.
Of course, of course. I always enjoy having a lady at my table.
I bet you do. I just sort of take a moment to pull out some Rum Runner's Choice, actually, without even just taking the drink at the table, and just sort of put it down onto the table. Come sit! I turn over and wave over to Quill to bring him over, and as I turn over to tell him to come over, I kind of pull up the ring. I'm sitting at the table with their leader.
Oh man, that ring broke off.
I'm sitting at the table with their leader, I say into the ring.
I count at least 7 bandits, an ogre, and I think some sort of troll things.
Here, have a drink. What is your name? Are you the reason there's a party?
What is this? Is this rum? I'm not a huge fan of rum, as he slides it back across. No, yes, well, they consider me a brother among them. I am Skewer. Do not let the name frighten you, I assure you. I am quite a gentleman, if you are willing to show considerable kindness. My brothers may be a bit wild, but it's all in good fun. We do not cause trouble, we do not overstay our welcome. Isn't that right, Zeke? Oh, of course! Oh, I love having you boys here. Stay as long as you want.
Persephone's watching how Zeke says it to read him.
Hey, you see, standing almost on the edge of this bar on top of a stool is this chubby little halfling with long sideburns going down his face. He looks at you and just smiles, and with your incredibly high passive insight, he almost looks drunk. His eyes are sort of glazed over, his smile is wide, he looks like he's just part of the party having fun, but really, he's under the influence of something. Just obviously without bias or hiding it.
Huh.
You guys want a drink? It's all on a Skewer, but he's got such a big tab. He'll pay it off eventually. All these boys will pay off their tab. It's all in good fun.
Yeah. Fun.
So, is it like your birthday or something?
Birthday? There needs no be birthday here. We're simply celebrating the warmth. Tell me, have you ever been to the far north in Drakova, where the winds blow like ice, drain the heat right out of your meat? It is hell up there, and hell is frozen over. But every day the sun shines through the clouds. Every day you feel the warmth of summer and spring bask on your skin. Even your autumn is like summer to us. Is that not worth celebrating? Is that not worth having a drink? Keeping the spirit warm? Isn't that right, my new hairy friend?
Of course that is! But don't let his voice speaking into your ears. He complains about the cold. He hasn't even climbed a mountain in the
This one likes to boast his travels, says he climbed a mountain, says he killed a mammoth. Such things, big boasted words of his.
You two ladies, welcome. I would be cautious. These gentlemen can get handy at times. Take another drink, if you would.
Oh, got more round up for you, buddies! He slides this platter of poorly poured drinks in front of you, sort of spilling some across the tabletop. Oh, don't worry, I'll clean that up.
Again, thank you very much, and one for them as well.
Right.
Swift Hollow. In your travels, peeking through the windows, you're just trying to see who you can see inside.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, as you're passing by.
Smoking out the place.
Oh yeah, as you're passing by, you're the first one to really spot the tiefling who, before he really spots the party, he seems to be speaking whispered words to the women next to him. And although they seem like very comforted by his presence, this large, muscly arm around each one, you can see as their head like turns away close to the window, not seeing you, but possibly seeing their own reflection. There is a look of terror on them. The same that's shared when you cross this corner up here, where you can actually get close view and sound of the band playing. It looks like a group of simple minstrels, but you can see that on their faces, every time the ground shakes and one of these large creatures that you would recognize as being half-ogres, these half-breeds between giant kin and humans, every time they get too close, they start to pull their instruments close to them and huddle closer to the corner, also quite terrified. And then you make it here. You can see within the rest of your, I guess, your new party within, speaking to some of the, seems like the leadership of this group, and then this strange new individual that doesn't look like anyone else. A large, hairy beast of a man, carrying with him a large, spilling flagon of some sort of mead. Seems like most of the people you can see here, even those sitting at the table, also share that sort of similar scared expression. And you sort of get like a rough number of how many they have. Possibly about 1, 2, 3. That's cool. Confirmed about 8. So like simple humans. Possibly about 3 of these half ogres you've identified. A full ogre, and it looks like a tiefling, as well as maybe about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can only assume to be bystanders, possibly hostages.
So I just sort of dance across the ground, just beer stein in both hands. I sort of slosh back and forth in a merry dance, but not particularly. Where was I? Thirst was it? That's your name. But that is where I avenged their deaths. Yes, it hid in the taller grass, but it tried to lure me once again. I chased and I found the rock. The same trick once again, to change its voice, a boulder in the grass. But I knew it was coming this time. A leap from the right, and my staff connected. Its tooth split and cracked. It was not over. The fight was on. But of course your friend Tamar was victorious in the end. Just remember, though, when you're in the north, even when the beasts think that they have you, you must always have the upper hand, just as they try to have on you. Skilla! What are you doing over here? Are you bothering the guests some more?
Inviting them to the party, Tamar. Come, sit with us. Look, another
just
beautiful
sort of like
woman.
step up onto a chair and just sort of ride it across the ground as it slams onto the ground.
You are an interesting fellow, aren't you? So sort of
Thank
bring
you.
up my hand again. Luna, I need you over here.
Tamer, come to make your acquaintance. Here, a drink on me. As I slide the 2 drinks in front of Samantha.
Out in front of who? You don't even know me yet. Gosh.
I don't see your name, but slide it free.
Persephone's gonna grab the drinks from the counter and make her way to where Samantha's sitting upon her calling.
Samantha Deus of the Valiant Vanguard.
Valiant Vanguard. Wait a minute. I've heard that name before.
Have you? Does our reputation precede us?
You're those do-wellers from Oakwell. We're the
The
ones
phrase is
that...
do-gooders.
True, whatever. I don't speak this language. Listen,
What
I've
do
heard of
you
your-
speak? I say in Infernal.
Kind of gives you a sort of raises an eyebrow. Have you been drinking? Your words are slurred. This one must be already drunk. That stuff must be strong. Watch out, Tamar. I tried to get you drunk on it.
There's nothing wrong with a little pre-game before you show up to the party. So I just lean back in my chair again.
So then what are you doing here, then? Adventurers from Oakwell. Yeah, we've had some adventurers from different places come by, even one from Oakwell, too. They weren't as inviting as you were. Want to put an end to this party.
Really?
Are you here to do so? Do you want to end this party?
In the party?
Oh, hello there, beautiful. Well, come have a seat next to Skewer. You make room, make room. As he sort of shoves this other woman out of the way, sort of stumbling back. Pats the seat next to him for you, Luna.
I just sort of raise up a hand next to me so Luna can see, just do a little grabby motion.
The fuck
And
does that mean?
I gesture with my hand towards the woman he moved out of the way, telling her to come towards me.
Yep, you see her sort of step back for a moment, and she sees you, Samantha, and then looks over at Skewer, who also gives her a glance, and she sort of stays put.
That's
Come
good.
on now! Have a seat, girl. We got the drink right here for you. Tell me your name.
One, you don't need to know my name. Two, I don't drink. And three, I think I'm gonna stay right here.
Sure, you may want to be a little bit cautious of that one. I don't think you understand the Valiant Vanguard.
Valiant Vanguard, Valiant Vanguard. Have I heard this name? Did you... Were you the ones that brought back the chalice to that place, that stolen trinket?
That was just the beginning. But there are many things we have done, and, well, there are going to be many more. One of which is, well, putting a stop to a bit of a scourge. Maybe you've heard of it? It's been spreading itself between taverns and inns all throughout the local villages. I believe there was something stupidly called, the Cold Iron Kings? You see, there's quite a sizable bounty on their heads, and while I am quite goldly motivated, I'd rather the area that I spend a lot of time in be a bit more hospitable to newcomers and less smelly. And Samantha just looks at him, daggers in her eyes. Less handsy as well. Now, Skewer, honestly, there isn't, well, a lot you can do to get yourself out of this. You're, well, honestly kind of fucked. But, thankfully, the amount of gold that will be paid whether or not you come in dead or alive is the same. And, well, putting a stop to this would be quite nice as well. So, unfortunately, I guess we are here to put an end to your party, if you can call it that.
That is a shame. This fire is really necessary. Still, what have you done to need a bounty on your...
Just some partying no one's truly enjoyed. People don't like our presence. They say our footsteps are too heavy. Do not like the way my brother stands. Hey, Thud! We got one here who doesn't like the way you dance.
They call him Thud. You
Oh,
call
he
him
calls
Thud?
himself Thud.
He calls himself Thud.
Stand up. Know that he's coming.
Thud! Want to dance? You want to dance with Thud?
No, that's okay. He's really
All right.
big.
Boys, looks like we got some dances among us.
Hold on 1 second. Is this really necessary? We're just here to have a good time.
Oh, my friend Tamar, I don't think we're going to. Valiant Vanguard here to show the true colors, and they're done with the party. Although,
I would be willing to forgive this if you were to let me have a sip of that drink. I found myself quite thirsty now.
What, the rum?
Of course. You offered it so brazenly before. I'd be willing to go quietly, end this party softly, were I to just have a drink of it.
You see, she sort of scoops up the rum and kind of looks at it, the remainder, because she already drank hers.
Step.
I offer this for friends, for business partners, and I'm quite certain you can't afford it anymore. Unfortunate for you, really. Samantha drinks it and tosses the glass, standing up and pulls out her scepter.
Alrighty then.
Motion, I stab
Oh,
the
what's
ogre.
Samantha, the Valiant Vanguard? I have heard of you, but what are the charges?
I believe it is terrorizing these villages, along with destruction of public property, etc., etc. The bounty was quite crumbled, but it
That
was
does not
authentic.
require death. How much do they owe? I will gladly pay it for my new friend's skill here.
How
Look
much
at
they
this,
owe,
a
I do
kind
not
soul
know.
among these travelers. Tamar, you are truly kind.
Well, I have seen you do nothing wrong, although you do need to keep your hands to yourself at the moment.
So you have to bring me in. You have to bring me back. Bring me... Oh, kill me! You want to kill me. You come to my party and say you want to kill me. I don't think you know who you're talking to. As he's speaking, his body starts spreading and growing to a larger size, the horns crackling up upon his head, until he's no longer the simple tiefling before you, and instead he stands about 8 feet tall, this cloak spreading down his back, and even the glaive which he grabs off the ground seems to twist and contort into a larger size.
Well then, let's dance.
As I'm gonna need you guys to roll me some initiative.
Ba, 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 ba.
I'm sorry. I tried to help you, Peter. I'm sorry.
Where even is he? Oh, he's all over there.
Unfortunate event to my shop.
Sneaking
We're
around
gonna
in the
take out
back.
the big guys.
Oh yeah, they do not notice you.
They don't even know I'm part of the Vanguard. That's the best part.
It's okay, I get to use my speedy initiative. So
You
it's
gonna
not
add your
as
bonus?
bad. Oh yeah, I did.
Nice. Let's see, determine tent color. There we are.
Swift Hollow's all the way over here.
As that. There we go. Down, down.
There's a window right here.
Yes, that's a window.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Alrighty. As Samantha standing up and quick on your feet, you see this man grow twice in size, knocking the two ladies aside from him as he grabs his glaive in hand, sort of lurching over this table towards you. What do you do?
Yeah, seeing him growing up in size. Figures you're an oaf just like your brother. And she just pulls up her scepter and what do we want to go with? What do we want to go with? You all don't know who you're dealing with either. I am Samantha Deus, and well, it's unfortunate I was the one sent to deal with you, as she's just gonna conjure a bit of magic. I haven't been able to use this in so long, so many fucking undead! As she's just gonna sort of change her posture a bit, and just almost make herself look welcoming at first, before it just seems to shift to sort of a domineering sort of body language. Now, all of you, kneel, as I am going to cast command on all 5 of these motherfuckers right near me.
Okay. So, these boys,
Bop.
these boys.
Bop, 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 bop.
Alright. Let's see.
Mr. Ogre.
To be fair, my interpretation of your position does not seem to be as a part
Give me
of
that
their
spell
group.
card.
Where'd it go? There it is. Command!
Spell card. Big card.
Wisdom save. Ba. Nice. Alright, gotta make some wisdom saves. Ooh. 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 And... And... Ooh. Oh, as this ripple of words spreads throughout the area, hitting all these creatures, designating them at least with your command. And all of them seem to shake for a moment, even Skewer sort of keeping his glaive on the ground, trying to keep himself level. Ugh. As they slowly but surely start to move towards the ground.
And as a bonus action, seeing these guys as being potentially still quite threatening, I am going to invoke my aspect of the serpent, calling upon my more serpentine defenses and thickening my scales to bump up my AC.
Okay.
And that's it for me.
Okay. As Luna, you can see this creature slowly but surely lowering into the ground, trying to stop himself from doing so, but seemingly compelled by the act.
Ah, damn it!
You wanted me to get close to you, right? Probably to sexually harass me. Well, how about this close? As I will hop on the table so I can reach his height, and I will cup his chin in my hands, and as a bonus action, activate Shadow. That's an action. Never mind, I won't do that. Cup his chin in my hands, and from point blank range, cast a Chaos Bolt into his face.
Ooh, alright. Ooh, you pull out your magic in your hand, cupping it gently, and then firing it forward. And you can see him try to raise his glaive up to knock it away, but it seems like you're just barely able to hit him before the glaive tries to knock your hand away, as that will barely connect.
You should have advantage, right? Because it's point blank.
He's not prone. He's getting
He's not
prone.
prone. Not until his turn.
You get that on his
Okay.
turn.
It also bounced it.
Nice! What kind of magic? What damage is that?
Psychic damage.
Ooh! As it just fills his mind with this radiating pain as his eyes pinch shut. Ah!
Oh, magic!
Ooh, yeah. Bounces. Where's it bouncing?
That damage.
So technically, I think this person is his ally, so I'm going to shoot Tamar.
Okay. 18. And you see this bolt of energy flying towards you, Tamar?
As the 18 comes flying in my direction. Well, that doesn't look good as I grab the chair behind myself, as I just flip up over backwards over the back of the chairs. It just explodes on the front of the chair, just barely unscathed. That was uncalled for.
That's all I mean, return.
Okay. Persephone.
Seeing combat start to pop off, these guys look like they're baddies, right?
Yep, looks like they're falling out of their chairs, trying to get themselves up, but they keep pulling themselves to their knees.
I lied, that does connect.
Oh?
As I try to flip up out of the way.
Hey, 6 damage.
Okay, only 6 damage.
Taking what kind of damage?
What kind of damage?
Fire damage.
Just a smash of fire damage.
Ah! That, as I said, not called for. Alright, wonderful. Not how I wanted my night to end.
Alright, well, Persephone's going to try. She remembered the bunch at the dance floor, so she's going to try to encumber them a little bit with some entangle. As roots start to grow centered on this point, she's looking between the legs of this bumbling oaf to create like a patch of viney brambles to stop them just a little bit from getting towards us.
Okay, so give me that little 20-foot square.
Yes. It's been so long since I dragged out a square. Where are you? 20. There we go.
Okay. As the ground fills up with these, the actual stonework seems to spread and break a bit as these vines begin to find cracks to grow out of, as roots reach up and start wrapping around up to the closest creature, filling the area with difficult terrain, but also trying to restrain this creature, already lowering himself to the ground slowly but surely. But then some of the vines reach up and wrap around him and start to pull him closer to the ground, restraining him. He is restrained.
Alright, that should keep some of them off of us for a little bit. Nobody has to die, you can all just come quietly. That's gonna be my turn.
Come quietly, you said. As he looks up at Luna, you can see where some of the blood is pooling from the side of his eye, where it looks like the psychic damage is taking hold. He wipes it away, and the bleeding just seems to stop. Very well then. Boys! Shoot that fucking woman! As eventually, his knee hits the ground, as he is prone. And his turn ends there, as Tamarkan, a tuft of fire reaches your face and burns some of the fur. Seems like a fight has been made inevitable.
Well, I suppose you're not actually a valiant vanguard. Very well. I never like to hit a woman. As he will get up to his feet, brush off his burnt hair. You may want to leave now. As he seems to pull out just a tiny, what looks like a needle out of his belt. Oh well. Let's see where this night goes. As he just reaches down, as halfway through, it seems like this needle just explodes in his hands into this almost like 10 to 11 foot long pole.
Whoa.
Let us have a bit of fun, shall we? You silly fake heroes. As he will take a step onto the table and strike out, as seeing Persephone conjuring magic and Samantha seeming to be the head of this, is going to strike out, the pole actually shooting out in between both of you and then striking off in both directions, trying to strike both of you. As Persephone, first one coming to you.
Oh!
27.
That hurts!
The bar comes crunching into the side of you.
Ooh, you take 14 bludgeoning damage and give me a concentration check. But you are a warcaster, right?
Yes, I am a warcaster. That's my wisdom? No,
That's advantage.
It's your constitution.
Con.
there we go.
Ooh, yep, the blow batters against your body. It rings up to your mind. That was a heavy strike, but it seems like you're able to hold on to your magic.
Huzzah!
As the bar seems to ricochet off of you and try to strike into the side of Samantha.
From 10 feet away?
Indeed.
No, it misses.
Missy. As I take a step in, and you, my dear, that is very naughty. And magic. As he takes a step forward towards you, Luna, as the bar seems to pull back away from you, as he brings it up into your leg, as almost at the same time, his feet come and try to kick you into the stomach, trying to kick you away from poor defenseless man that you people are trying to murder! 15 to hit, as using a key point for some unarmed strikes, as 2 kicks come out you. You would. Oof.
25.
That last one will hit.
As the last kick connects into your stomach, you can feel this ripple send through your body, as I'm going to try to stunning strike.
Give me a Constitution saving throw, Luna, as you feel this sudden pulse of energy run throughout your muscles and your nerves. It feels like it's almost like trying to take away... In the same way this creature seemingly was forced to his knee, almost the strength out of your body. Give me a... Ooh. As you are stunned.
Think about what you are doing next. Shall we put an end to this? This is all such foolishness, as he just brings the bar back around and layers it down at Samantha and Persephone. It does not have to be this way.
I did not think you were with them, and now you lay your hands upon...
Simply trying to defend an innocent man.
He is not
Trying to
innocent!
kill him.
He has
So
a
you broke
bounty,
a house.
dead or alive!
I've
that your
seen
turn,
the
Tama?
move. That's me.
All right, you can hear thudding around the corner. Creatures.
Ugh! Boss! Brother! What's going on? God damn thing!
This thing starts getting stuck inside of this ground. Where is it? Does it happen? Is it proc when you step in it, or is it when it appears? I think it's only when it appears. Creature area when you cast spell. Yeah. So right now it's just difficult terrain.
Yeah.
And he starts to pull himself around. Only makes it about here. Pulling himself quite quickly. Another one. Making it just inside of here, stepping into this thing before it starts grasping at his leg.
You! All of you get out! Rolling up party!
As he takes his axe in two hands and just swings it. Actually, you're too far away. He's trying to reach you, Quill, but not quite able to make it to you.
Thank goodness for a wall.
Mm-hmm. He'd have to squeeze through it. As this creature in front of you, Swift Hollow, begins to step up, trying to push his way past the table and run past you, unaware of your presence.
Peter, that's you.
Great. Bye.
You letting him go?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he just starts making
Not
his
yet.
way. It makes it about here. As he reaches down, pulls out from his back, it looks like slung around him. He's like 2.5 foot long spikes of metal.
Kill the woman!
That's flying over his ally's shoulder across a straight way. Trying to get at your back, Samantha. A single javelin flying through the air. Ooh, although it goes
Just like
flying,
raise my shield and just.
knocks it away, hits the ceiling, and clatters across the ground.
Leave our brother alone!
As Swift Hollow, this large creature lumbers away from you, and the rest of the eyes seem to be turned towards the battle and not to you.
Oh dear. And she swiftly walks over to the, I guess, one of the bandits. Oh. Please take out those rabble rousers, as using her right hand she sort of wraps it around his neck and in one fluid motion reaching at the back of her cloak. As silent and as fast as death, a blade is stuck in his back, piercing his lung, hoping for a silent death.
Ooh,
As
well,
Hopefully.
because he hasn't gone yet, I have
well that's
advantage.
true. He isn't quite taken notice if he hasn't gotten his guard yet, but you are talking to him. So he knows what's going on. But yeah, you still have advantage.
Yep,
Mr.
because
Assassin.
I am assassinating, although I'm quietly talking to him, making sure I don't draw attention of his buddy.
Sure. Give me that attack.
As make sure I got the correct one. Yep.
Ooh, as like
Z-
the hand goes on his shoulder, and he doesn't seem to notice at first, looking down like, wait to get there. Wait, and he
But-
just turns to look at you as as a 16 will connect. Only realizing at the last second that you're not an ally. Give me that damage. Ooh. Single blade carving across him. How do you want to kill him?
As it's just silently stabbing, piercing through his armor, through his I'm guessing like leather armor or something. to
Oh
that
yeah, just
effect.
leather armor.
Yep. Just piercing through his back, piercing through his heart, piercing through his lungs, and then as she slowly, I guess not so slowly, but puts her hand over his mouth.
Sure. Give me a stealth check. As you're trying to do it quietly.
This is so Assassin's Creed-y. I love it.
Ooh, as yeah, with the sound of thudding footsteps and yelling going off in the southwestern corner, you make yourself like a shadow. The only creature that seems to notice you, just because there's nothing really abating you, is the girl sitting next to you, who eyes go wide the moment blood begins to spill from this creature's body. But there's also a look of relief as she starts to
Yeah.
try and pull herself towards you. So what else you want to do? You seem to go unseen by these creatures. What do you want to do?
I will, for all intents and purposes, for technicalities, I'll use my cunning action to make myself more quiet. Or I guess not more quiet. I'm using my cunning action to hide, whatever that is. Hiding in plain sight. Having the shocked face, not really trying to draw attention to myself or the man I just murdered.
Oh my, there's been a murder!
Well, she's not doing that.
Murder!
I would go off of your original stealth check using that, basically pulling away and making it seem like you weren't involved in whatever just happened. You just gonna slip by and suddenly kill them.
You got me.
Sure.
As then using her bonus action with her swift hands, able to do real prep work this time.
The stealth bonus action?
I would say that's your bonus action, using your cunning action to hide.
You got me. All right.
It's free action hide. Fuck it.
So I'll be her 10.
Okay. So next to the bandit, this bandit slumps against your body and sort of seats back into his chair, sitting up in a rather convincing position for a moment before he starts to slide. His ally, not taking heed of what just happened, starts to make his way down here, getting about here, before he pulls up his crossbow and aims it in.
There's magic afoot. Hold still, I've got him.
As he's going to aim, one thing he could really see at the time when the stuff kicked off was the large knight who seems to be turning to knock a projectile away. As Quill, you're going to have a crossbow bolt fired at you. Ooh, 22.
I'll allow it.
As the shield goes up to deflect the javelin, it comes under your armor and strikes you between the folds of your plate, dealing 4 piercing damage. As more bandits begin to gather.
Just like break it off.
Who we got him now? Yep, similar as the last one. Another shot coming at you, Quill. 18. This time bringing the shield quick enough to knock the bolt away. And from down here, no, it's the women! Kill the women! Aiming the bows their way, these 2 men pull up their crossbows, and you have 2 shots firing, one going at Persephone with some cover behind Quill, the other one going after Samantha. First Persephone, 19.
What does cover give me?
+2 for half cover.
That won't hurt me.
Oh, as thankfully Quill, the arrow tries to go over your shoulder, Quill, but you manage to deflect it enough that flies just over Persephone's head. As another bolt comes flying at Samantha. 22. Catch inside, 4 piercing damage.
Afraid to say you are very much surrounded. There is an exit. As he tilts his head towards the window.
We got to save.
As these 3 men down here try to get out of their chairs, but eventually the magic compelling them just pulls them down to their knees. And they fall out of their chairs, prone to the ground, just trying to stand up, but their knees just seem to be locked to the ground, as if their bodies are not agreeing. As that will be their turn. Quill.
Vanguard has not failed a quest yet.
Still holding on to that name.
I'm gonna step there. I'm gonna try knocking him out. Non-lethal.
Okay. Swinging your blunt blade, that will connect. As you bash him in the side of the head, his head twists and contorts violently, and he falls unconscious on the ground.
I'm gonna walk over to this one, and I'm gonna do it again.
I'm gonna do it again. Swing it back. 2 blows back to back, knocking these guys unconscious.
Roy! Us 2 down. I'm gonna go back there, and... What was what I wanna do? That's the one. Oh, nope. Hold the line.
Okay. Keeping your allies defended as the bad guys approach.
It's my turn.
Alright. As this creature lumbering forward,
What are you doing to Skewer? Get away from him!
he takes a step forward in front of you, Quill.
Brain?
Actually, no, hold on.
Friend, yeah.
And he's also pulling himself to the ground.
Yeah, I'm like,
He's prone, restrained.
Yeah, he's trying to. He's reaching out towards you, and then like his knee hits the ground, and the vines reach up and grab onto him further until his arm gets restrained, until he's basically pulled to the ground, able to move, until he's just laying before you.
Get off of him!
Let's
As
see
Samantha
Jack's
comes back to
now.
you.
Seeing Luna get struck twice, this strange man, not really sure where, what it is, his position in all this is, Samantha just has to make a decision and try not to let her overprotectiveness keep her from making unwise choices. How unfortunate.
Oh, Brendan.
you can still take your friend and go.
It is unfortunate you've decided to side yourself with these bandits, as she just conjures magic through her body and it begins to elongate as she just moves towards you. But I'll crush the truth out of you if I have to, as I try to constrict.
And what kind of beast are you?
Ooh.
So I'll cast Constriction. After moving closer to them, which I'm to the fucking Tamir. That doesn't matter. You're not going to be alive that much longer anyway. And you hit Samantha. You hit Luna. So I'm going to use my DM Inspiration on that.
Oh shit!
You hit Luna. Now you are going to die.
I think it's what you're able to.
As I just contort myself into a serpentine form and wrap this strange monkey up in multiple coils of strong musculature, squeezing. And I look down at you. Now, are you with these men? As I constrict harder, as I use my bonus action to just break your neck.
As you gotta make a strength save.
Save.
Mm-hmm.
Hey!
Nicely
As the
done.
body starts to wrap around your body, you put your hands against it and pull yourself apart, keeping it from crushing you any further. Quite a strong grasp, but you're not going to let yourself succumb to it. But you are grappled and restrained.
What kind of monster are you?
One serving a bounty. As that is it. The end of my turn.
Alright. As Luna, you start to conjure your magic to act, and then your mind continues to swim as you stand there wavering in place, stunned on your turn. Persephone, coming back to you. You feel the bolt almost catch you, I guess, and thankfully Quill deflected away. But seems like your magic's still on hold, keeping these creatures at bay.
What was that, Quill?
Behind us.
Oh, yeah, that does look really bad.
As I'm looking between the new guy Samantha is trying to kill and the others.
I think he's just mixed up in all of this. We'll have plenty of time to talk about it.
Let's focus on apprehending them, and Persephone's going to wave her hand and conjure forth spikes through the center of this place, as I am going to cast a spike growth. Where's my button?
Where's your button?
Where's my button?
Oh,
Let's
that's
see, 20-foot radius.
Yeah. Where's my circle?
Ooh.
Murder the common woman.
Alright, as the field grasping onto this creature fades away, the ground seems to burst up with vines and spikes from both earth and plant life, filling the area.
Oh no, the poor guy knocked out.
I don't think he takes damage.
Nope, but he has spikes beneath him.
As long as he
He's
doesn't just
laying
wake
on
up
them.
and start running.
Yeah, just don't drag him off of him.
Comfortable. Like I said, no one has to die, and we'll have plenty of time to talk about this afterwards. Just have them stand down.
That's gonna be my turn.
I agree with it on. It's gotten out of hand.
As this creature on his knee looking up, wipes away more of the blood until finally you see all of it seems to have faded. He pulls himself up onto his feet.
No more fighting, huh? Misunderstanding.
That's what it looked like to me!
I don't know what you're talking about. This looks fun. As he just takes his hand and seeing this woman incapacitated in front of him, grasps onto his glaive and swings it wildly with advantage against Luna, just trying to cut her down with it.
This is my kind of fun!
24. Just this blade, larger in size, twisting as this creature grew in size, cutting across your body, Luna, doing 17 damage.
Oh!
Guess who's auto?
That's an
What?
auto crit.
You're not
Paralyzed.
Nope,
He-
you're stunned.
He's stunned.
Stunned.
Yeah.
Yep.
Otherwise,
Hey,
shaving
fair.
would be a lot more fun.
That's driving me crazy.
Monks would be even more insane.
As it cuts across your body, Luna, feeling the blade rip into the flesh, turns it around and letting go one hand.
Now, give us a feel.
As a hand comes reaching out to clasp onto your body, catching you by basically this large hand large enough to grab you by like your shoulder and part of your chest, grabbing you like one would grab a child, lifting him off the ground, trying to grapple onto you. Which I think you still technically get a strength or acrobatics or athletics, even though you're incapacitated. Even incapacitated.
Yeah, because you only
So-
auto fail strength or dex saves.
Yeah, you still can move. You're just sort of like tilted to and fro. He's gonna try and grab you. 12. Ooh, just barely keeping on your feet. Hand goes over your shoulder.
Nevertheless,
As he puts his feet on the ground and sort of pushes a little bit, ever so slightly. And you can see, strangely enough, his cloak starts to waver a little bit. His horns start to twist and turn a little more on his head as his body seems to shift. And while he hops off the ground about 15 feet, his body sort of stays ever so slightly hovering in the air as he seems to take just a slight amount of flight. And 5.
come on now. Let's have some real fun!
That's all he does. Tamarkan,
That at all.
grappled and restrained, seeing this creature cut against one of these women and now raise himself above the ground, bloodied glaive, ready for another strike. Now you're held in the constrictive grasp of this strange serpentine woman. What do you do?
This is very much out of hand. Oh. Let's see if Tamar can get out of this. As you can see, the hair on his chin starts to grow thicker, his arms start to grow thicker, the fangs in his mouth start to grow long, as you can feel his arms and legs start to like creak and snap and elongate strangely, as I'm going to shift using my shifter feet, gain myself some more health, try to protect myself, as I'm gonna try to also break loose of this creature's grasp. How do I do that?
It should be a grapple, I think. Post your spell card.
Yeah. And
Oh, yeah. Double yeah!
where is it? Where is it? Where? I'm looking at the spell. I'm trying to find the dang output. There we go. God, I should just make that bold or something.
Yep, so you just grapple, so you should be able to just make just like an acrobatics or athletics check.
Can you acrobatics to escape grapples?
Yeah.
If you're already grappled?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Just slipping your way out.
And then as my arms and legs almost seem to elongate strangely as I shove out away from this thing, it seems like all of a sudden my body just goes slack as I try to just slip out from underneath this thing as I try to escape the acrobatics.
Ooh, 25. That's a lot higher than a spell save.
So I just slip out from underneath the bottom of this thing as I slip out and jump out from the table as I just stand back. You really should be getting going. This is no place for you. As I look back at the frightened woman, as looking around. And my newfound friend, I do not know what you have done, but they are seeming awfully fond to grab your head. And to that, You can all go at it. I have no more business here. As I am just going to leap up over... How tall is this guy, actually? How tall is this big man?
He's about, like, 10 feet tall in height, but he is 15 feet off the ground floating.
Oh, okay, perfect. Then I'm just going to slide my way underneath here. It's just an action to do that, as I am just making my way towards the door, or towards the window. You all have fun killing each other. God, tonight has turned into a mess. As I start charging towards the window, but I don't have any more actions to actually. That's me.
All right. Pulling themselves across the ground, suddenly the ground beneath them rips open with some sort of hidden spikes that these creatures don't seem to notice until it's too late. A couple of them taking a couple steps forward, as they're going to take some damage. Roll me that. Is it 2d4?
Yes, 2d4 per 5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So how far they went? Just
They
one?
basically they took like a 5-foot step walking across the ground. Oh yeah, as the spikes beneath their feet begin to stab up into the flesh, getting through their boots and ripping the feet. Ah!
Oh, it's up the ground! What is this?
I don't recommend walking through it.
I'll kill you!
As again, another sharp spike of metal trying to fly over Quill's shoulder and hit you, Persephone.
Oh, that was a bad idea.
But still, Quill knocking them all away. This creature making about 10 feet or so. Give me 44 damage.
Think.
Ooh, 11 as rips through the ground. Ah! Oh, it hurts! As he also pulls out his javelin and throws them at you, Persephone.
Kill that one!
Just deflecting all these javelins, some of them going flying a little high and hitting the stonework around. And this creature here pulls itself forward, Quill, squeezing past his ally.
Who's at me? I'm gonna swing with him.
Give me that attack roll. Ooh, that will connect.
Does he get 2d4? Does he shred
Yep,
up?
and
too?
2d4. Mm-hmm.
Fuck
His
you up.
movement goes to 0.
Absolutely. As he steps forward, the blade cuts into his leg, and he trips and falls and steps onto the spikes harshly, taking away his ability to move properly. As he cuts his health down to ribbons as his blood starts to pour from his leg.
Get over here, you!
As he swings his axe down on top of you, Quill. 21.
Oh, that hits my AC.
Oh, yep, your shield deflecting all these javelins away, and you swing your sword, leave yourself slightly open for his axe to cut, doing 9 slashing damage. Let's see, that's all they can do. Back to Swift Hollow. As the creatures start to clamor closer towards all the action is, you can see this man falls limp in front of you, and you still go somewhat unnoticed.
Yeah, as the facade melts away, and now it's just calculating now. Sotala takes several tentative steps and takes in the sights. And as she thinks about what she's going to do, her mind sort of racing as she calculates the probabilities and what maybe perhaps these bandits will do. She will quickly take out 3 bolts from her crossbow and swiftly poison them as a bonus action. Using my cunning action, use an object on my poisoning 3 pieces of ammunition.
Nice.
With a superior poison. As she takes an action to ready her crossbow to shoot the last bandit that moves, if any move.
Alright. Holding your action to fire.
Just wanted to see what these guys will do.
Sure.
So if they start running towards her, she'll shoot them. If they start running towards them, then she'll just pick off the ones in the back like she wanted.
Yep. Alright, as these large lumbering creatures slam their feet into the floorboards, and now they see big old bloody footprints ripping up from the ground where they stand. The ones who are in the middle of the spike field sort of stop in their track and look down, trying to perceive something, but apparently they can't quite see it well enough.
Oh, damn it! Keep shooting, boys! Keep shooting!
As they aim their crossbows up, the ones closest down here by their allies. One still trying to shoot over at Persephone, but without getting a good shot around his allies. Seems like the only good shot is Quill, as he's going to shoot a crossbow bolt at you.
Do I get some cover?
You do have some. You have some good cover, baby.
I'm just gonna like take my sword and just like cut the arrow in the air.
Just cut the arrow in half, knock it away. Another bolt come flying at you from behind, Quill. But still is flying.
From behind me?
I was saying coming up from behind this guy.
Oh,
and it still goes flying through the air and misses you, thudding into the wall. Oh, damn it! I can't reach them, boys! What way? And then their eyes turn and they see this scared girl at the table. Alright, we've got a plan. Grab the girl! As this man starts to make his way over to grab her.
Hollow.
Can't do that, you gotta cast a spell.
Oh, that's
As
right.
Hollow, you see this man making his way over to this woman who's starting to pull away from him as he approaches. What do you do?
This guy.
What's that?
I shoot this guy.
Okay, so as soon as this guy starts walking over, bolt goes flying. He's not paying attention, so give me advantage.
Actually, it said picking them off from the back one by one. Although that plan may change soon. As I need to make sure I have the DC.
Okay.
Yep. Can't put it in the poison. That it makes it look weird. I was planning on using my crossbow so much, to be honest. As
Ooh, as a 16 will hit, this man turns and barks in order,
Crit.
pointing at his ally. As
Elven accuracy? No.
ooh, yep, as that will connect though. Give me that damage. Ooh.
Oh.
As the arrow. How do you want to kill this guy?
Nice! As the one bandit is distracted walking away, Swift Hollow finds her mic. Her eyes quickly shifting from the one moving away to the one that's perhaps more lonely and no one's quite not paying attention, though they probably will pay attention now. She has no way to control his fall.
Nice.
As it hits him directly in the back of the neck. A swift death.
Striking right into the spine, his body sort of quivers for a second, his voice catches in his throat, and then he just falls limp like a doll to the ground into the spikes.
Ew.
As this man down here starts to grab at this woman, catching her by the arm, you all can hear this girl scream from around the corner. And the moment he does, you hear that thud, he stops and looks over. What in the hell? As he finally takes notice of you, Swift Hollow. Anything else you want to do? You already poisoned your... Actually, this is your reaction, so that's all
That was my reaction.
As Quill, you hear the scream of a woman from behind all these approaching bandits, but now it seems like these lumbering creatures are now approaching in swarm. This creature also gets... Oh, one more thing. This creature gets up on his feet, makes it about here, sort of pulling himself behind the table, and takes a fire at Persephone without a big Quill in the way. Ooh. Ooh.
No.
Hits your shield and deflects away. Okay, cool, now it's your turn.
Alright. Yep. I am going to just swing out at the creature right in front of me.
Alright, give me that swing. Ooh, that will connect. As you cut into his form, whoosh, ripping up into his side. Ah! Holt puts his hand on the blood pouring down from this large cut across his body. He seems like he's not much strength left standing beneath his feet.
So we're just gonna turn to the pummel and try to knock him out.
Alright, give me that pummel strike.
Non-lethal.
Ooh, as you strike him in the... Where do you strike him? In the head? The gut?
No, he's a half ogre, right in the nuts.
And then falls on top of the spikes. You can hear this hard gush sound as these spikes rip up into his skin, and he starts to bleed out, but he is unconscious.
As my bonus action, get my defensive stance again.
Holding the line.
It's my turn.
Alright, now finally free of these restraints, but still surrounded by these terrible looking spikes. His hand presses up against them. You see blood pooling from his palms as this creature takes a step over his now unconscious ally, taking 2d4 damage.
And I'm gonna swing at him.
Ooh. 6 up right there. Ooh, as that will connect as well, this large body pulling itself upon you. Easy target as you just cut across his form. Ooh, doing a good amount of damage.
I've slain many of your kin, ogre. You don't have to die today.
You are hurting my brother! You're ruining his party!
Oh! Just brings this large club down, trying to crush you with it. 24.
Ooh. Yep.
As it bashes down to your shoulder, poof, the ground shakes beneath you, and you can all feel it as you take 13 bludgeoning damage, Quill.
You're
Spit
a
out some
tough
blood.
little elf! Thud will beat you into a pulp!
As that's his turn. Samantha, you see the creature you're accosting now slips between your grasp, and now you're left back into your sap serpentine form, with this other creature floating above the ground, having just cut into Luna.
Yeah, I'm just paying no real mind to this strange man running out of here. That is not who she is here for, but knowing she can't quite reach Skewer with him floating weirdly T-posing 15 feet above her, she just
Clipping
takes
to
a
the
quick
ceiling.
Yeah, exactly. Taking a quick moment to sort of scan the room. As she does, she can see this one man with a crossbow and the one swinging into Quill as she just brings up her scepter, conjuring forth her green bow, knocking some eldritch energy as she'll just put a round into the one that tried to shoot Persephone and the one in front of Quill, smacking him with his great club. As she will also give it a twist, use her bonus action and infuse it with wretched energy as well, hoping to poison the big man. So first shot, do the shot Persephone.
Shot Persephone. Ooh, poof, bolt flying out. His eyes are keeping on Persephone, trying to find a good way around her shield when your magic comes flying and strikes him.
Throw him into the wall.
As he gets hit against the wall, the magic bursts into his chest and poof, blood splatters everywhere as he falls and dies.
Without a second glance, Samantha quickly finishes up her turn and tries to put the second round into the face of this big ogre. Ooh, 12.
Ooh, as the bolt's a bit too wild, throwing it about wildly, but this creature, still large and lumbering, pulling himself up, swinging down for another strike at Quill, leaves himself completely open, as that will strike him.
Fuck yeah! I will also push his ass. Take that 44 damage.
Slides across the ground, blood ripping beneath his feet as he takes 6 damage. Ba-doo. As he also starts to lurch against this sickening feeling overcoming him. But it seems it overtakes him as if the blow was a bit too strong, leaving him vomiting and sort of sickly in his stance.
And he takes the thorn damage too?
Six.
Yep.
Okay, forced.
Thorns rip beneath his feet as he's being shoved against him.
For, should be 10 feet.
10 feet, 44.
Now that means you need a roll.
Oh, fuck.
I gotcha. Ooh.
Hey.
As this seems to do well. It seems like he hardened his stance upon these thorns when he was striking down at Quill, and pushing him back seemed to help rip him up into his flesh, as he is... Oh, that's not right. Tearing up his body, blood, leaving a trail of blood beneath his seemingly bare feet, now ripped apart once they were sandals. Now they're all destroyed.
Brother! This hurts!
Kings. That's the end of her turn.
Alright, Luna, now finally getting your senses back to you, just in time to feel that horrible pain as blood pools from your side as you took a heavy glaive strike to your body. What do you do?
I'm gonna look at this strange man that seems to be running away and just give him just a very seething stare, but since he's running away and the other people are still fighting, she'll turn her attention back to the man that's flying. Does it look like he has wings or
The only
something?
thing that's to be moving is his cloak seems to be billowing ever so slightly, like there's a breeze under him. But no, doesn't seem like there's anything really keeping him aloft like wings. Kind of reminds you of, it looks like what you saw when you were fighting Ashen Lin, the way she's able to just sort of pull herself upon the air.
Did I hear, with all this combat going on, did I hear this person say he was going to go for the women?
Not particularly. It seemed like he was quite intent on having some vicious fun. That's all I really picked up on. Give me an insight check, though. Okay. Let's see. What do you got? Okay. You would notice, just trying to keep his demeanor, like, before he was sort of a thin, sort of like rail-built tiefling, and now he's this large, overtly muscled, hunched-shouldered, like, giant of a man. And the way now he smiles down upon you, which you can see his normal small smirk filled with sharp teeth has cut across his face into a wicked grin. His eyes now sort of turn around the lot of you. It seems like he's mostly focused, not even on his allies being cut down, but instead on all of the beautiful women around him, focusing on you and even some of those closest to him, those now sort of resting beneath him, looking up at him in fear. Hard to tell who he's really looking at mostly right now.
Oh, no, I do not like that look in your face. Get rid of it, as I will Chaos Bolt him in the face.
Alright, give me that Chaos Bolt in the face.
I'll do level 3.
Okay, ooh, pumping lots of magic in. Launching a great bolt at him. Give me that damage roll, as that will definitely connect.
Oh. No bounce.
Ooh.
That's a good thing.
What damage we doing? What damage we doing?
Lightning damage.
Ooh, as this bolt becomes this crackling beam that strikes into his body. Ah!
More tricks up your sleeve. Fine. We can still have fun with this.
I'm going to just take a couple steps away from this pervert. I'm going to go over here. There we go. And that'll be my turn.
Okay, actually, as you step about there, Luna, pulling away, hand goes to his glaive, swinging down at you, just barely within his reach. As he's gonna try and cut you. Haha. Bow! 12. Swinging through the air.
Yep, so that'll be my turn.
Alrighty. As Persephone, you see this creature swing this massive glaive, barely avoiding Luna as she pulls away. And thankfully, the creature that was shooting at you with the crossbow bolt gets blasted into the wall by Samantha. Your magic still holds, and these creatures seem to be losing in number. What do you do?
Got this.
Seeing Tamarkar wanting no part in this battle and leaving, Persephone's going to glance over at him. And as he heads out the window, she's going to just gently run her fingers over the flower crown that she made. Small winged orbs of pink light are going to flutter towards him. And when they touch him, they're going to disperse and give him a little bit of vitality. Her way of wishing him well on his travels, as you're going to take 2d6 HP plus 2 temporary HP because you got bombed of summer court.
Hey! Thank you very much. Strange.
Like I said, misunderstanding.
Persephone's going to hop over here and with her same hand just open it up towards this ogre here and cast beautiful little produce flame. Not with advantage. That's a 14.
14 at the, which guy?
This guy.
Oh, as sort of pulling himself up, it's still reaching for another javelin and seeing you basically approaching suddenly, tries to reach and grab another one, but a little too quick, the flame goes flying and he's not nimble enough to avoid it, as that will strike him. Ooh, as green fire explodes across his body. Oh!
with one hand you heal a stranger, and the other hand you scorch. You scorch a man to death.
As this man takes a hefty amount of damage.
Persephone is like the multicolored flower text that she says kills you and cute.
Yeah.
I suppose as long as the murderers don't want to murder me.
That's gonna be my turn.
Alright, floating above, seeing Luna escape.
Where were you going, Luna? No matter.
He takes his glaive and seems just to sink it back onto his back. As he floats around here and slowly but surely lowers himself about like 5 feet off the ground or so. Turns around to you.
Friend, where are you going?
The fun's only beginning. You don't believe that these are valiant vanguard? You don't think them heroes? Oh, come. Let's test it in them as a hand grabs the top of this woman's head next to him, grasping onto her.
That's not necessary. What are you doing?
Having a bit of fun, like I said! As he reaches out with his other hand and then tries to reach out and cut across your form. Samantha, as this long, skewering hand twists and elongates, growing larger in size and growing long, blade-like claws from his nails. He's gonna try and cut you. 20.
Can I try to poison him in retaliation?
Sure. As the
My
claws cut
disguised
across
hair
your
just
face.
try to lash out at him. Yeah, that'll hit.
11 slashing damage, ripping into the skin.
There's a bunch of illusion snakes bites into him. Yeah, of course he's...
As the snakes bite into his skin, let's see. Ooh, let's see. As the snake's fangs dip into his body, but he rips his face away and pulls him free. Come on now. As this creature held in his hand immediately gets turned as he sort of pulls him forth and puts this creature between you. Cut me down. Give it a shot. Let's see if you can make it past my shield. As this woman starts to like writhe in his hand. Stop! Let me go! You can see the wound he suffered, the bolt of lightning beginning to mold against his skin, the burn mark fading away as he starts to regain his composition. But yeah, you do take 11 slashing damage. And you gotta make a con save?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You're able to keep your magic. I think the last thing he does is get out here. Here we go. Alright, as Tamar Khan, you see this creature grasping onto one of these women, now held 5 feet aloft, basically keeping her as a shield, almost like this is a game.
Well, that's kind of big. As Tamar is going to wheel back around away from the window and start charging off to one side as he just leaps a strange height into the air and just tries to bring his rod down directly on top of this creature's arm, holding onto the woman, as with 2 quick strikes just tries to crack into the upper side of his arm. Should really let her go!
Okay, give me those attacks. Ooh, the first one batters into his arm. He keeps his strength hard. You call that a strike? You playing around, boy! And then the second strike comes down, and immediately he feels it, Tamar. The actual true weight of your weapon, deceitful in its appearance, as it strikes down.
Crunch.
Ooh!
As I
Crunching
just
on him.
send a bit of ki echoing down through the rod into his arm, trying to just stun him ever so slightly, let loose this one.
Ooh. As that pulse of energy runs through his body. 15?
Come on, 16.
15 just barely makes it.
Able to shake it off. Oh, you're not playing, are you? Are you being a hero right now? That's not very fun of you, Tamar!
No, she has nothing to do with this. Let her go. And with that, I am going to... Boop, 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 boop. What can I do? Oh no.
Beat him up.
You do have a long pole.
Read your character sheet.
Remember the weekly PSA.
Yeah, the only thing I can really do, taking my pole, spinning it around, jamming it into the ground, and with one arm, lifting myself about 10 feet or so off the ground. As I wheel around it, my feet kick out, and once again, 2 kicks trying to crunch in to his arm. I should really let her go. As I'm gonna flurry of blows, and try to connect 2 more attacks.
Ooh, first one going a little wild in your antics, but as he easily pulls out of the way with his flying motion to avoid the swinging kick, you come around the second time and connect with him solidly.
Once again, sending ki rickety through his body, trying to make him release this wolf.
All right. Shakes it away.
Land heavy on the ground and wheel my pole back up around myself, trying to fend off against him. Hopefully, getting his attention off the woman and just, that's me.
All right. As this creature stuck in the actual spikes, having just burnt by fire. Brother, the fire, it burns. And then you see Skewer in the background, just looking over. Kill that one. Get rid of that magic, or I'll do it for you. As he pulls out another javelin, unable to take another step, and tries to throw it at you, Persephone. Ooh, this one, guided by his ally's attack, throws it through the air.
Will hurt.
As you take the sudden spike going past your shield into your stomach, as you take 18 piercing damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw. Ooh, but still focusing on your magic. Keep those spikes up. Keep that magic strong. You can't let that fall, or your allies will get hurt. As you keep your spell up.
Will say my kicks aren't magical. Did it
That's
seem
okay.
like it connected normally?
It seems like it connects normally, baby. As turning around now, seeing all this commotion and hearing a thud behind him, this large creature turns around and looks behind him, and the far wall sees this strange creature, an elf, standing by herself with dead allies around her.
More! There's always more!
As he pulls himself harshly to the edge of the circle, taking 44 damage.
Oh boy.
Pulls
Such
himself
a
to
good
the
spell.
edge.
Such a good value.
Cold-hearted murderer.
Do anything. They
As he
didn't have
pulls
to
out a
walk.
javelin and tries to throw it at you. Looks like his last javelin at you, Swift Hollow. 13.
Not even close. As it comes towards her, Swift Hollow is able to easily, using just her inlaid dexterity, able to dodge out of the way.
And in the wall behind you, the javelin crashes in. But yeah, doesn't seem to hit you. As he's gone, he's in the spike world. As that comes to you, Swift Hollow. 2 creatures down, more of them falling before you and your new allies, but now the eyes are turning back to you as you are in sight.
She hums to herself. As doing so, she loads another crossbow, another poisoned crossbow bolt, and aims it at the half ogre. No advantage, because she's out in the open, but skill guide her. I guess chaos guide her.
Okay. Oops, skill indeed. As you just casually line up your next bolt, this creature's bleeding and lumbering towards you, trying to hit you. You're just casually dodging and aiming your bow, and that will connect. Ooh, how do you want to kill him?
Nice, as she's humming the song to herself, her face as still as, I guess one could say, a corpse. No emotion, no happiness, no sadness. Just casually looking and severing their lines. There's another life. Swift Hollow is still humming to herself. And does the window go?
Does the what? Does the window go out?
Can I use a item interaction, or do I use my
Yes, you can!
Yeah. As I use an item interaction to open up the window and slip on through. Hopefully, maybe someone will follow me, but if not, I guess this is my chance to reposition, isn't it?
Okay. Is that your turn?
Indeed, as I move a little bit more. There we go. And use my cunning action to hide. Able to break line of sight and hopefully without, not with an ear sound anymore.
Sure. Give me a stealth check.
Stealth check. Oh.
Ooh. Even with the 1. Yeah, as all this commotion's going on, you see...
Medium!
One creature turns around and looks just quick enough to see you jump out the window, and then see the ally fall dead with a crossbow bolt in his chest.
They got an assassin in here! God damn it, this was planned!
As this creature standing in the holding, looks like he's still standing in the spike field, looking down.
Skewer! They're falling! What do we do? Just keep on fighting! We're not done yet.
As this creature, loads up another crossbow. Keeps trying to fire. Shooting down at Quildor. This guy's shooting at ya. Boo! 16.
Shield.
Just unable to strike you with all these weapons. And behind him, this other creature still firing.
We got to one of the girls! Bring the hostage closer!
As another bolt comes flying at you, Quildor. Boo!
Nope. Don't even have to raise my shield for that one.
Just bounces off your armor. The bolt goes flying. And this creature here,
I've got her! Hold still, girl!
as some of you can see, sort of peeking around the corner, sort of like the struggling shape of this woman as these guys basically manhandling her.
We've still got one of them! Still, brother! We got her! If we do anything, if they do anything, cut them down, right? Ah, there's my brothers. I know how to have a good time. You hear that? Any more squabbling? And you valiant vanguard, let something oh so unvaliant happen.
As Quill, these creatures are bloodied and beaten before you. No longer in your reach, but still holding your guard. It seems like they have a captive. What do?
You cannot murder each other, let them go!
Pathetic. As I'm just gonna take my sword, scrape it across my shield, and I am just going to poof you right here. And quickly, I'm gonna swing out with the blunt end of the pommel to hit this guy.
Alright, catching this guy by surprise. Weapon swinging through the air, catching him in the side of the head. As he stammers on his feet, about to fall off onto the spikes, but keeps himself standing as he is still up.
Try again.
Ooh, as that time will connects through, striking in the body one more time until eventually his head twists, his body twists and falls, and he hits the spike ground hard.
Body twists and falls.
Come on.
I already know, as I'm gonna step and take it and interpose myself. Give me that damage purse. Spike him.
I did. It's 2d4, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. 4
No,
damage.
you only took 3.
As I'm going to action surge and try to knock this man out.
Alright, give me them strikes. Ooh, and that first one will connect. Striking him, hitting him hard in the head, his head twists, and immediately he lets go, the girl falls, hits the ground, unconscious.
Oh, good. Oh, so then since he did that, I'll step back into it, taking another d4.
2d4.
Swing at that guy. 2d4.
Give me another strike.
Knock him out.
Give me one more strike. Ooh, as that will connect too. As hit him in the face. Where did he come? Oh! Almost falls off his feet and keeps himself barely standing.
Where do they come from?
Hey! Thud! You're pathetic.
Sickened creature reaches down and you see his club slip and fall from his hand.
You! Get out of here!
Just incredibly enraged at this creature who slipped past him. Reaches down and picks up a chair? And just lobs it over this creature's head, down on top of you, Quill. Seems like just using all of his pure brutish strength to do so. As he does so with disadvantage, sickened and still vomiting into his own place, vomiting into the puddle of blood. 18, as this chair goes flying over your head.
I'm gonna tilt my head to the side. Ha!
You batters against the ground behind you and shatters.
You!
So he tries to take a step forward, but sees the spikes, nowhere to go. Yeah, brother! I can't move! As Samantha comes down to you.
You honestly thought that was going to work, didn't you? As Samantha slips up and tries to wrap this guy up from underneath.
He's about 5 feet off the... on top of the table. There you go. Try to grapple him. Give me that attack.
Wrap him up. Let me switch it back to attack rolls. Spell card. Attack. Yeah.
Ooh, as that will connect. Wrapping body manages to get past him. He tries to pull away, but too quick. Able to wrap around his body.
This will take the initial 19 bludgeoning damage as I constrict on him. More than half your men knocked out or bleeding out. Your hostage over there, freed. Valiant Vanguard is going to prevail, but do you want to see tomorrow, skewer?
You... I'm not done yet. I've not been killed by something like you. And my fun is not yet ended. A cold wind blows for you.
Let me quickly double check.
Ooh.
As an action. Well, that'll be fun. As I think the only remaining play I have then is to... Oh wait, he's grappled and restrained, right?
As his body starts to slowly but surely ease itself down to the ground. And it seems like with your weight and you're holding on to him, for whatever reason, his magical flight seems to no longer keep him aloft.
I have an idea, but it feels kind of metagamey, so I don't think I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Unless, of course, I happen to know what he is, now that I'm up close and personal and holding on to him.
I don't know. Roll me a straight up Arcana check.
Hey, I'm pretty decent at those now.
Okay. Yep, the pieces start to pull together, Samantha. These creatures all aligned with giants. It didn't really make much sense why a tiefling was ahead of them unless he was just particularly charming, but now sort of makes sense. You do know of giants of his kind. Large, twisted descendants of the original giants, supposedly cursed from an ancient bloodline to grow horns upon their head and be befouled by the magics of which they coveted in their earliest days. They refer to these creatures as ogre mages, but in upland lands, especially down in the south, they refer to them as the Oni. They are giants with natural magical properties, including those of the magic of healing and twisting, beguiling, even illusion. But like all Oni that you know, with that 20, good. You know that supposedly they all carry the heart of cold iron inside of them, which carries with it the terrible bite of winter, which sort of allows them to reside within the environment of Drakova without so much hindrance from the terrible cold.
I don't know what you're planning, but I certainly wouldn't want to make you have to watch your brother die, as I'm going to try to twist my body and contort it and try to pull him deeper into the, not the tavern, but into this sort of nook, trying to push him towards the window.
You are not strong enough.
Feeling him resist then, I'll just use my bonus action to do more damage.
All right, trying to crush him down. His hand tries to push against the squeezing body of Samantha Deus. Bah! Oh, but not able to resist it, pushing and crushing him even more. A tight grasp. I like that in a woman.
I slap him.
That's an attack action.
All right, is that your turn?
Yeah, with that information, yeah, it is.
All right, Luna. You see Samantha's now coiling herself around this creature and pulling him to the ground. Seems like Quill, and it looks like maybe from your vision, the efforts of Swift Hollow, able to sort of pick off their numbers in the back, and looks like now one of the hostages is saved, but there's still a few left. What do you do?
He still has that woman in his hands, right?
He certainly does.
We return to her and the other woman that's still in the corner over there.
Mm-hmm. She's sort of like sticking by
You guys
herself.
are really unsafe here, and this is going to be scary for like a little bit, but you'll get over it, as I will snap my fingers as the shadows beneath them will try to open up and eat them, as I will twin cast Banishment on them.
All right.
I'm the hero, I promise. Just go to hell for a little bit.
Just go to hell. Just go to hell for a little bit. As
hell.
their shadow seems to open up for a moment, and they look down fearful as they will try to naturally resist, but let's see if they can. Ooh. The one up here, sort of huddled by herself, sees down the shadows. No, I don't want to go. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to go home. As it seems like the magic sort of shifts and severs beneath her feet. But the one being held by Skewer, suddenly the shadows creep up her body, coming off the ground, and no! She vanishes from sight.
Well, yeah, what did you do?
They're in a safer place. They'll be there for like a minute until we finish this. Calm down. You would have been safer there, lady, but, you know, just go more in the corner, I guess. I thought it'll be my turn.
Okay,
Messy
as
sticks.
Persephone keeping your spikes on the ground, you can see Samantha's tackling this creature. Luna managed to save one of the hostages away from apparently this large blue monstrous thing now pulled to the ground. And it seems like the numbers of your enemies are thinning.
Persephone getting ready to blow another fiery petal at the one that struck her with the javelin. Everything happens fast. She sees the hostage, she stops Quill, knocks them out, and now there are just two big dudes in front of her.
Your brother doesn't seem to really care about you. Your pain. It doesn't have to be this way. No more fighting. No more pain. I can promise you that, as I'm going to upcast Charm Monster on these guys.
Ooh. All right. As you're casting it at the 5th level, pulling it. What's it look like when you cast Charm Monster?
It doesn't have a visual, really, but it's more like her words start to resonate, and her voice is almost like a sweet, lulling song, a sound, a chime, something to bring warmth and comfort to them. Something almost similar to how it was when Devora spoke.
Okay. As big boy. Nope. Little boy. As they hear your words, you see one of them tending to his fire, the half ogre holding himself in pain. The large ogre thud, like just almost throwing a tantrum in anger and pain. Just hears your words, and suddenly they calm down for a second. Oh, okay. I don't want to fight anymore. And it hurts all over. Yes, we're just done now. We don't want to fight. And you're from behind her. Ah! You cowards!
It's going to be okay now. Just stay there. We'll take care of the rest. I promise.
That's going to be my turn.
All right. As Skewer wrapped up in you, Samantha, or rather, yeah, wrapped up in you. She's like grab at some of the winding snake tail binding him, but unable to find a good point of purchase.
You know, I wanted a warm welcome. That's all I wanted. Have some fun. Spread some joy and entertainment. So other people get hurt. It's all in good fun. But you're just a snake. I see blood. Have you been to Drakova? Have you felt the cold?
And as he takes a deep breath, his eyes begin to fill with this soft white light. His hands, bound in your winding body, begin to twist and contort, the nails clacking against each other as he forms the somatic components of spells.
You will feel it.
As his mouth opens up, and point blank, Samantha, this sudden wall, winding like a cyclone from his mouth of cold energy, strikes you and batters into your body. I think, just barely able to miss this woman huddled in the corner as this massive wall of freezing, frigid air overtakes you. I'm gonna need a Constitution saving throw. With advantage, given your Yonti nature.
Ayo.
Ooh. Just barely able... Actually, hold on. Oh, nice. Just barely able to withstand it. This magic overtaking you. You feel the cold take over. Unfortunately, your armor seems to overtake you and just give you the slightest amount of protection as you take a whopping amount of damage. The air, and even the table where you're sitting on, the ale left behind, the drinks immediately freeze over as if, like, you know, like the sub-zero's temperatures overtake the area as a great Dracovan gust overtakes you as you take, half of that, 18 cold damage.
Half of it.
Yeah,
Because they made the save, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
DC 0.
Yeah, DC 13.
Ooh.
I'm gonna need a con save.
To kill you. Yeah.
Ooh, as the cold takes over, your long winding tail seems to crack and fall away as the magic drops. As he pulls himself into the air now, about 20 feet or so. The ceiling's not particularly high. As no longer restrained, pulls himself up into the air, pulling himself out of your reach, Temar, if you want to try and whack him.
No, it seems like everybody's pretty content on killing each other. Now that he's got the woman, he's not looking to kill anybody anymore.
Oh, the woman's disappeared. Woman's teleported. Oh, okay. Okay.
He doesn't have him in a grasp anymore, so his sights are going somewhere else.
As it begins to fly up over, makes it about here.
Not done playing yet.
As he takes his jaw, you can see part of his body seems to be contorted as Samantha's constriction had broken some of his bones, but then pulls himself back into some more fitting shape as he heals a little bit. As that is his turn. Temar Khan.
Oh, is Samantha back up on the table?
Yeah, you're back on the table.
As Temar Khan leaps back up into the air, he is going to start dashing around Samantha, trying to get up to this woman. If you don't mind me, 1 second! As he edge of the table and just trying to lift it up, trying to not really push Samantha off of it, but pushing her off of it because she's in the way. As he's trying to lift up the table and basically flip it upwards.
Okay, yeah, well, it takes a little bit of strength, but with enough leverage and Samantha standing on the edge, as to pull it off. Samantha, give me an acrobatics check. Oh, as you see Temar Khan suddenly coming out of the side, like, what is this guy doing? Whoop! And you fall prone.
As I just pull up this gigantic table and pull it over me and this woman as I turn around. Don't worry, I'm sure this will all be over soon. But this will help protect you. Just a few more moments as he's gonna grab a hand as he's like holding the table up with the other hand. The rod just clangs onto the wall next to her. As you can see, the hair almost seems to drift off the top of his hand and land on her shoulder, as it seems like the hair just like starts to grow into this golden pauldron and reach down her arm and down her side and onto her back as this cloak sort of explodes outwards in this sort of yellowy fur. As I'm gonna cast some little armor on her. It's a little shield of faith.
Nice. As she
As
looks
a-
down at her body. Okay. Just
It's holding this table up above my back, basically trying to shield us from the rest of the chaos going on in the. That's my turn.
okay. As you are, is there a heart symbol? I'll do that. Okay, as making a shield, not only for your surroundings, using the table, but also using some of your innate magic, apparently, to defend this creature. You leave this girl defended behind you, acting as a shield. As this guy, last half-ogre, finds himself standing on these spikes, just takes his axe and poof, throws it on the ground. I don't want to fight. The fire, it hurts. Please. Stop. As he just sort of keeps his defenses high, taking the dodge action. As Swift Hollow, down outside, you can hear the sounds of combat starting to die down, but then you hear this like terrible wind cut through this place. And it sounds like combat's still going on. What do you do?
In this sort of, I suppose, this murky space with the line of sight cut, no one, not even her enemies, know where she's going. All they know is that she's probably somewhere over here. She will once again attempt to quiet her feet and let them be still and silent. And she will use a cunning action to hide.
Okay.
So I have to turn right. Hooah.
Oh.
Yep. At this point, your footsteps go silent. You sort of blend into the shadows around you, and you find yourself basically kept out of sight. You don't hear any sounds. Nothing seems to approach you. I think you're pretty well hidden out here. Anything else you want to do?
But, you know, those guys are like, yeah, we're swiftly, but I will re-peek the window, crouching down below, looking through, seeing Sir Knight Quildor stealthily. Oh, I can't actually. Skulk through the window, very quietly. And I see this guy's still up, and this guy's still up, right?
Mm-hmm. Seems like both of them are still standing up. One of them looks like he just threw down his weapon, clattering against the ground. What do you want to do?
Man, Luna knows what I'm thinking.
Oh boy.
There's nothing Peter wants to kill more than someone who's surrendered.
Uh-huh.
Ah, finally.
This guy hasn't surrendered, right?
Nope.
Great. Alright. Alright, well, those questions being answered in Swiftell's mind, thank you, God. The last poison bolt, might as well not use it to waste, it's gonna dry anyways. As coming towards this guy.
Alright. Give me that attack roll. He can't seem to see you. He seems like he's preoccupied with Quill. And you're hitting quite well. Oh, and you needed that, as with these piling bodies behind him, sort of in the way in the table, you sort of line up your crossbow bolt and how do you want to kill this guy?
Nice. In the same motion, knowing that the arrow piercing the neck end with how weak this guy is, it will be a clean kill, a clean shot, as it is a swift death. One shot and lights out.
Yep. Shortly after you strike him, Quill, almost knocking him off his feet, he levels himself and then hits the ground dead. Anything else you want to do?
That'll be my turn. I'm out of movement.
Alright. Seems like all the bandits are taken care of. Quill, this bandit falls and hits the ground hard next to you. And you can see behind you the ogre you were just fighting and one of his allies burned by Persephone's fire are now calming down. It seems like they've taken a more peaceful route, strangely were ogres and giantkin.
The spikes are still up?
Spikes are still up.
Oh, I thought Charm Monster would have been concentration.
It's not.
Nope. Charm Monster and Charm Person are not.
It's not.
Charm Monster's a concentration?
What's that?
Wow.
Yeah, just last.
For an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna look over at Purse and... Purse!
Yes.
Fine. As I'm just gonna scrape my body across all these spikes.
Wait, you didn't.
Bleeding everywhere. Just die horribly.
Yeah, with your insight, Persephone, you would know. He's like motioning to the ground, where you can see some of the unconscious bodies are sort of turning and twitching and getting sliced up by some of the, spikes.
Yeah. First sees him gesture, and then she just smiles at him, expecting him to just stand there, and he doesn't, so she has to let the spikes down.
So move right here.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. So I'm gonna just knock him out.
Which one are you knocking out? The guy. Okay, give me that strike. Ooh,
He goes to pat him on the shoulder.
As that barely connects, he seems to be looking at you almost trustworthily, and then the sword hits him in the side. Ah! Oh, why? As immediately that fear turns into anger. Ah!
Hit him again.
Ooh, as this time he catches your arm.
You hit me!
I said I'm sorry!
No! I promised them no more fighting!
They seem to be having fun out there, aren't they?
Just gonna roll a 1 and a 2. Yep, I'll frontline again.
Okay. Just holding your shield up, pulling the sword out of his hand. Is that your turn?
I said my apologies, you're not my friend!
As he takes this massive club in his hand and tries to swing down again at you. See if he can smash you. 23.
Yep.
Poof, 13 damage again. Ugh! As the ground shakes all around you. Oh, actually, hold on.
Disadvantage 'cause poison?
Nope, poison faded.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yep. As that's his turn, bashing into your body, Quill. Samantha, now blasted by this frigid cold, and your prey is now floating away.
Samantha just trying her best to sort of warm herself back up, and she just slowly stands up to her feet. And she just takes like one sort of haggard step back as she gets up, and then just raises up her scepter, not even trying to really be formal about it, now just kind of pissed off as just two snakes just form around her arm, and she just swipes out at this thing and sends both Eldritch Blasts into the back of this guy, charged with wretched energy once more, using her bonus action.
Okay.
Poof, poof.
Ooh. Both of those will connect, the second one especially. Let's see, give me them damage rolls. 7 and ooh, nice.
And since he's 20 feet up, yeah, I'll send him flying 20 feet as well.
28, so 30. 20 feet this way?
Yep, just as both of them hit him in the back and just throw him across the bar.
Oh, still fighting you.
As the poison rolls across his body.
I don't say anything, that's it.
Alright. As Luna, you see this creature get shot over your head, still flying in the air though.
Are you surrender? Or are you still going to fight?
He looks around his allies. One of them still battering into Quill, the rest of them seem to be fallen, one of them having turned sides.
The wind still blows. You cannot contain a king. You will not have me, and I will not go willingly.
Shane, as I will step a little bit closer, while also getting to take off one of my gloves as my eyes will glow dark, and underneath the glove is just this strange, completely black hand that seems to be dripping with shadow energy as she will reach out. As these long tendrils will reach out from each of her fingertips, I will cast Innovation on him.
Oh. Gotta make a saving throw? Dex save.
What does
As
that
his
do?
beam was flying his direction like a long, winding tendril. He looks at it with surprise and tries to pull himself out of the way. Woof. Ooh, but not quick enough as his head bumps into the ceiling around this corner and immediately strikes into him, dealing 16 necrotic damage. As some of the energy begins to pulsate down into your body, Luna, as it seems like some of the life is being drained and mending your wounds.
Just for the chat. And I get 8 hit points.
Nice. What does it look like when you heal? I want to know this.
So as the tendrils kind of reach into his body and kind of goes into his own, like, veins, seems like this red energy or blood just seems to slip through the tendrils into her, kind of like a vampire.
Oh, pulling out some of the blood within him, turning into that dark energy, and then your wounds slowly start seeping up. Even the ones that barely bled, the deeper ones bleeding quite deeply, start to slow down and mend themselves. As to some of you, it's almost like an uncanny resemblance to the man you had just slain just weeks ago.
As I return.
All right, Persephone. Seems like one of these creatures has been awoken from his stupor from Quill's strike, unable to knock him out in that single blow. But
also the lady comes back.
Do what? Oh, yeah. Ah! As this woman seemingly appears out of this swirl of shadow. Ooh, she's not taller. She can get contorted. Stretches out. And then falls about 5 feet onto the table. What?
Came out the other end.
Oh no, the table's not there anymore.
Table's gone.
Oh, yeah. Hits the ground.
Oh boy, does she fall 10 feet and then she takes 6 damage from falling?
Breaks her neck.
I guess she does, yeah. Let's see.
Please
Let's
die.
see. That's not right. That's a DF.
0!
Ooh.
Can I? Wait, no, Omen. I was muted. I was saying, can I use my reaction to try to catch her?
Definitely.
Can I use my reaction to try to catch her?
Yeah, you could try. As you see this one suddenly appear and start to fall. Give me a straight up dex saving throw.
This ship disappeared.
Uh-oh. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Oh, as fortunately able to see her appear, is ready to get underneath her, and not quite able to fully stop her fall, but you sort of take the brunt of it, as you will take 3 bludgeoning damage in her place, sort of using her as yourself as a cushion. As you have a woman falling on you. Ah!
Yeah, I sort of try to wrap her up with one arm, keep my scepter in the other. Just get behind the table as I try to push her over to the side.
Oh.
Valiant.
All right, and Persephone, finally back to your turn. You see this creature get pushed to the air, and now Luna seems to be pulling some of its life out of its body.
Big one's mine.
For an old elf, you're certainly not wise. But that's okay.
And she's gonna look up at Skewer.
Alright, Skewer, you wanted to dance? I've got just a friend for you.
As she waves her hand, she's going to have a large
Max level, Cassidy,
fiery
max
flower.
level.
Large fiery flower blossom in front of him as a elegant fiery dancer emerges from this flower. As I'm going to cast at 4th level my flaming spear.
He is 20 feet up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
How high does it go? This goes high. That's fine.
No,
I think it rolls on the ground.
Does it say you have to roll on the ground?
Let's see. When you move the sphere.
Unoccupied space of your choice within range.
Move across the ground. Blah, 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 blah. Spheres. When you move the sphere, direct in direction over barriers up to 5 feet tall. So it's kind of assumed you gotta roll it.
Because otherwise, how wide would it jump if it could just fly?
Yeah.
Might be able to drop it on
Just
him.
put it on
Yeah.
yourself. Just
You can
make it
drop it
roll
on
on
him.
top of your head. You're like
Yeah,
5 feet, aren't you?
I could drop it on him. The flower can open up downwards, and she could just gently fall like a ballerina waiting to be caught onto him.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, don't catch that.
Sure.
Wow, genius. Wow, that's actually,
As he looks up, pulling away from this energy as this luminous dancer appears above and starts to descend, and immediately looks almost captivated for a moment as it's a beautiful woman approaching him until remembering it's not the warm welcome he wants. As he gets to try and dodge the way out of it. Oh, but not close enough. As the fire catches to his body, he almost instinctively grabs onto her before pulling and ripping her away. Away from me! As it falls, hits the ground beneath him, but he does take 14 damage. You can see his skin, once this bright blue, now fading into a gray as his body seems to be losing all of its strength. What do you do, Persephone?
So if it fell, this is.
Underneath
Oh, I
them.
probably can't use the bonus action to make it jump up and try to hit him again.
It could jump up like 5 feet tall and can sort of hop up, but that's all it can do.
Okay. I'm just gonna take a step back and just leave it all there. Just leave her standing there without a partner. How cruel. Because Quill wants the big dude, and I have a friend who I don't want to hurt.
or a touch for that matter.
Nope, did I do it again? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where did it just go? Oh, there it is. Gotcha. Okay, was that your turn, Persephone?
Yes, that's my turn.
Alrighty. As this creature... the wind still blows. This is disappointing. Shamar thought we were friends. Thought you wanted to have fun with me.
I thought we were too, and then you wanted to murder innocent people. That's not so good.
Fun is different. I'll take my leave. As his hand sort of pulls across his body, you can see his claws almost ripping up across his skin, pulling at the fabric until it seems like it's tearing away and leaving nothing behind, as his words are these mumbled, grumbled breath of incantations. As slowly but surely, his body seems to just fade away. And Quildor, you feel this wind gust past you, your hair and your armor moving around through the air, and the last thing you hear are the doors you love so much.
Like way
Flying
above
up.
me?
About 10, maybe more, 15, 20 feet above you.
He ran out the door.
As Tamarkon. You peek up over the edge, you see it looks like your old acquaintance Skewer has vanished.
So I just sort of put my hands up on the table, looking over the top of it. Oh. Are we all done here? I do not exactly know. Is the murdering over?
It would be if Quill stopped hitting my new friend.
Dear, you look to be in a terrible state. I'm awfully sorry about that. Yeah. Nothing more. I hope bad will happen this evening. Give me your hand. As I pull her up, and it seems like the soothing words that leak out of my mouth. You can almost hear the strange, like, beating of a drum ever so slightly in the words, as it seems like her wounds heal ever so slightly. As I pull her up to her feet. And try
Pulling
to
up Samantha or the girl?
No!
The girl.
Snake Lady's fine. I'm just trying to help the girl. She almost
Okay.
died! So I just slowly pull her back behind me, back behind the table, as I'm like holding the table up with one hand.
Mm-hmm. The girl gets up to her feet. Oh, thank you. So, you're not with him?
No, no, I am not. I wanted to be, but apparently we're not meant for it. So what of the rest of you? You have your heads, yes?
Yeah, but we need his... Did he teleport away?
He flew.
Like the
He's
wind.
invisible.
Can you track him?
I heard Nick whispering, but not what he
Well, it's
whispered.
because it's not Samantha's turn.
It's Tamar's turn.
Yeah.
My turn's over.
Okay.
I'm not attacking anybody or anything. I used an action to help her up, and I used a bonus action to heal her.
I'm going to sit down for a second. I need to. Oh.
As he just shoves this unconscious guy out of the way, almost kicks him towards Luna, pulls the chair out, and sits on it. You hear the wood like creak beneath him as he just starts trying to catch his breath. As Swift Hollow, let's see. What can you see? Okay, sure. Yeah, watching over the battlefield from your far-off position, you can see those big doors swing open widely. But you can't see what goes through them. Almost like a gust of wind blew through this place.
I'm not hidden to him, am I?
To...
The gust of wind.
You don't know.
You don't know.
Hard to tell. You know you're being pretty sneaky.
She'll go on a limb. She doesn't really like going on limbs like this, but she doesn't have much of a target, and she won't let this one get away. She will fire towards the door.
Okay. Give me a normal shot.
Normal crossbow.
Ooh, as that will connect.
Nope, sneak attack and poison. I forgot to take that.
Okay, so just 6 piercing.
6 piercing.
It's going
Hey,
to be-
you got a crossbow bolt sticking out of him, right?
As suddenly the air twists as a spurt of blood. As, yeah, floating in the air is just this floating crossbow bolt.
Got you.
Gotcha, bitch.
I like that.
As using the environment, what would be a hazard, but her calculating mind able to think of where to jump and dodge these hazards, will use her cunning action to dash.
Nice.
Acrobatically closing the gap, wherever that may be. And in one swift motion, pulls out 2 daggers.
Pulling out one dagger, and it almost seems like your hand instinctively wraps to the other and pulls the other out at the same moment.
Fate hunts you today. So that'll be her turn.
Alright, these guys are dead. Quildor, you see a bolt fly out of the darkness.
Shut up. Samantha, do you want this thing?
I want the one that's trying to run.
As I will fighting spirit. As my sword will come through and strike this creature.
Alright, how do you want to kill him?
Since Samantha didn't want it as a pet, I'm just going to go and cut underneath his Achilles and then just stick the sword up into his kidneys as he begins to fall. As I will leave the sword there, walk to the door, pull the javelin off my back, and I will throw it. Can I see where the blood's dripping from?
It looks like literally as you step into the doorway where the doors part, there's just a floating crossbow bolt and there's just blood dripping from where there should be the head.
Or like 5
Like
feet from
right
me?
in front of you.
Does javelin have to be thrown? Javelin has to be thrown.
That's a melee weapon, I think.
Okay, well then I'm just gonna stick the javelin up in the... No, because he's... Like, it's right at my height, or like, do I know
It's like
up higher?
about like 5 feet above you. Like slightly, still within reach, but yeah.
Okay, so then I'll just reach out and try to stab it.
All right, give me that stabbity stab. Ooh.
Just be
As Quill, you take this javelin in your hand, and you see that tiny crossbow bolt, and then maybe looking over your shoulder for a second, you can see the sudden appearance, the presence of the swift and nimble Swift Hollow, a fellow high elf, as you turn back to this creature, and then into the air, and as you do, within the wind itself, blood spatters, and immediately this shimmer of air twists and unfurls, and you see this massive beast, this man who hid from you, appear, and his weight gives way. The flight fails, and he sinks further onto your blade. And how do you want to kill him?
As I just sink in, as he begins to fall, I just begin to twist it as it'll kind of corkscrews through. As I kind of think I got him like in his lower abdomen, as it just kind of corkscrews.
You got him in the back, baby.
Oh, I got him in the back? Perfect.
He's flying away
So
from
I'm
you.
just going to kind of corkscrew it so that I dodge the spine and just get it right behind the ribs, right into his heart.
As the blade goes between his ribs, up into his body, sort of using your strength and motion to do so, you feel it actually connect with something hard, like you're hitting armor. It doesn't quite get into the heart, stuck into something, and his body, and his body slowly but surely begins to shrink in size on your weapon, and then, fuck, he goes limp. Unless there's anything else you guys want to do, you fall out of initiative.
Fireball.
And once with motion,
No.
her hands go behind her cloak.
Samantha!
I think Quill has
Bludgeoning her
him.
daggers.
How heavy is he?
Now that he's shrunk in size, he's still pretty heavy. He weighs like, you think maybe almost like 500 pounds, so it's like gonna be dragging him back, as he is a big, muscly fellow.
I'm gonna try to drag him back into the building. Like a big old white-tailed deer, grabbing him by the horns.
As Swift Hollow's calm and pale face, she closes her eyes. Oh, that was dastardly as her face animates with expression.
Ma'am, are you alright?
I'm fine. Oh my god. Oh, they've been here for days. Oh, they won't let us leave. As from behind the bar you hear, oh. This tiny little halfling starts holding his head. Why did I let them in? Why did I let them have a tab? I don't remember. It just...
That one there, he can charm and manipulate your mind.
I'm just gonna reach out my hand and have my sword come back to me. And as it connects with my hand, just one quick swing, cut the head off.
Cutting through the thick neck, the head sort of tilts and turns in the air, but you catch it by the horn.
So just hold it out to Samantha.
She just tightens her grip, reaches out, takes it, looks down at it, shakes her head, and just tucks it away.
Right.
So, little lady. Oh, not exactly the people I heard the stories about, so who are you? Mercenaries or something?
We're an adventuring party from Oakwell. We try to help people.
Persephone says that she puts a hand on the burn of the creature she seared alive and casts a Cure Wounds.
Ooh.
Right.
Oh, thank you.
Helping people very violently, it seems.
We try not to. Honestly, I prefer talking, but sometimes most people like to swing. This isn't the first time that this has happened.
Really?
Another stacking, like Russian dolls.
Yeah, we had a similar situation with centaurs. Fighting first and then talking afterwards. Not the way that I prefer it, but sometimes you have to let a battle run its course before you can talk.
It does the centaur. Are you? Oh, the valiant vanguard, at least. are able to come to a peaceful resolution.
We try.
Of course you do. So what was all this then? The people break houses and... Well, I don't know. Obviously they were up to more than no good than I was aware of. You know,
Did you just
sorry
meet
about
them
all of
tonight?
this. I've only been here for a couple of hours. They seemed about to be good company while I was here. A lively bunch. It's, you have to understand, someone comes in and starts killing, it's a bit off-putting.
I know. Samantha usually has things under control, but it's really difficult when you're dealing with another person who also thinks they have things under control. That's usually how fighting starts.
Barkeep, do you have any chains?
I have rope. I don't usually keep chains here. Do you need chains? I can get someone to go buy chains. They might be here in a few days.
No, just hand me the rope.
Okay, I'll get about 100 feet or so. So it hops over.
So take all 100 feet of that and try to tie up this half ogre that I knocked out.
Which one?
This guy.
Probably that one.
Okay. Yeah. Making sure.
The
Right,
fact
yep.
of the fact of the matter is, they have been going to a couple of taverns around here, also partying for days, and usually leaving the tavern worse for wear. We went by one in High Hill that had just seen the last of them only a month ago. The place looked absolutely wrecked.
Yeah. Swift Hollow, can you take this rope and tie those ones up as well?
Well, if I had the bounty on my head every time I left a tavern worse for wear, well, I would certainly be a dead man many times over. But I suppose their sins were a little bit more heavier than that.
Well, certainly. Especially if they're keeping people hostage for several days. The woman looked absolutely terrified. You didn't notice.
Well, as I said, they were a bit handsy, and I'm sorry, I did not realize you were in such peril. I knew they were ruffians, but such is the life of taverns. I've seen, up to this point, much worse.
Well, we were afraid to say something. That guy had a really strong arm. He could have just broken my neck if he's got angry.
It's fine, you're safe now.
Indeed.
No one innocent apparently was hurt, although I was a bit scorched. And you're a very tight grip there, Samantha, yes? The dashing young woman that leads the Apex? Not the Apex, the other one.
Incorrect.
What?
100 years dungeon.
As Graham shoots you in the back
Oh
of
no,
the
look
head.
at that. Tobias' token is just shrinking. His
Oh,
token is just shrinking. Oh no.
Let's go back to the Valiant 7. How about that?
Oh no.
We're the
Fucking
Valiant,
Valiant Vanguard.
Apex Alliance is Tuesday, darling.
I know. I killed them all. It's fine. I
Killed
nuked
them
the
all,
fucking
gained their
building.
power. 8 Milo, now you're a monk. There you go.
no.
So come up to
Fools.
the just the woman who's been through a whole lot. I know this has been rough. I'm sure you've been here for quite a number of days. Yeah, just as recompense for your troubles, I'm sorry things were a bit more heavy-handed than I necessarily would have liked. As I go through the civilians and give them each 10 gold, including the bards, I
Flips a
guess.
switch rather quickly, does she not?
Pull the
Thank
women over here towards the door so they can like get out of this place. Make sure they're all right.
Oh yeah, you go over there, Luna. You realize that they've been sort of cautiously, quietly, but just trying to keep out of the way, playing music. They seem like they're a small minstrel group. As they're like, thank you. Please, I'm so tired. I'm playing for hours.
I see the people. Oh, sorry.
So you were saying, if you are who you say you are, you are, I suppose, Persephone, the young half-elf, yeah?
Yeah, that's me.
With the healing touch. And of course the two Ravenhair beauties, Samantha and Luna. Wasn't there a large man and a dragon born with you?
They've
There
both
was.
retired.
Yeah.
I don't see why, as I sort of kick at the unconscious body at the ground at my feet.
Actually, that's probably one of the biggest reasons why.
I did. I was
Not
being
necessarily.
sarcastic. What of your other friends? Don't remember any stories of her.
She's
I'm
new.
sorry, are you... Oh, she's new. Are you taking on new members then?
Anyone that's capable. We have some slots to fill, plus more slots opening up soon, I presume.
I'm gonna look over. Is it Tamar or is it Tamar?
Tamar.
I'm gonna look over Tamar. Does he look capable?
Roll me a capable check.
Okay.
To like insight.
Seems like just looking him over, he seems like he's pretty light both on his feet and in his attitude, which maybe it was a bit, off-putting at first in the middle of the combat when it was time to to obviously stop the bandits and save the apparent hostages. But once he actually turned and started fighting, even if it was against your allies, he was, it's even without wearing as tough as armor as you, Quill. Like, Samantha and the likes of Luna, Persephone, and Samantha are also quite formidable. Like, even though you helped deflect many projectiles, it was also Persephone's own guard that saved her from all those shots, and yet it was Tamar who swept in and struck almost every single member of your group. In the matter of seconds, he's quick and he seems quite strong.
And you... I heard there was someone in town to help with the door. I can't remember your name though. You weren't with the centaurs, were you?
No, he's new too.
Ah,
Yes.
seems like you
He's
have
masters of centaurs.
a bit of turnover. I was not aware of this. I have to thank you though, good sir. If it weren't for your steady hand, it seems like this would have been more of a mess than it already was. I thank you. I didn't know exactly what was happening, but your act in not wanting to simply take lives. I could see the intent behind it.
Something tells me that these normal men just fell in line because of what these things are.
I'm sorry I did not know the sin of them all. But, well, as they say, no crying over spilled milk. So, where are you all going now? It's a strange place to find the somewhat fabled members of your order out here in the middle of nowhere. Very
Well, we go
honest,
back
I
to
was
Oakmont.
even coming to search for you.
Really?
You were looking for us.
Dave, I've been tracking you for quite a while. Oh, to kill you, of course. No, I'm just kidding.
It's like you see the slight crackle of green energy just go up my scepter the second you say it.
Yeah, you're some deep inspiration for that.
No, not everyone simply walks into a tavern and starts killing. No, no, no. I heard your story and I'm on a bit of I don't know, a quest of sorts. It is a bit of silliness. But everyone that I've come across in a very long time has been quite skittish of the things I recommend. I love a good tavern brawl, and a fight or two is, not to go amiss. But I'm looking for something larger. Something maybe more storied of sorts. I fought in the north, in the west, in the south, in the east a bit. Larger creatures, but in the end, average men only want to hunt things that they know they can hunt with spear. It's not so often you start to hear stories of people that have quelled rebellions of sorts of the centaurs, cured the sick of the dwarves, and what I hear recently, even before that, bring light to a apparently cursed city. So, was hoping I could find a group such as yours take on the quest of mine.
Do you want to kill a dragon?
That's exactly what I hoped that your friend Samantha here was talking about. Until she started all of this. So you've heard of the dragon, huh?
Good luck finding such a group. Let's go, guys.
Luna, do not be so hasty. You move quite similarly to our old friend
I do
Javen.
apologize for all that. I was simply trying to stop you.
It's okay. Like I said, it was a big misunderstanding. You didn't know who was the good guys. That's gonna happen a lot. And if you're okay with that, you can join us. Right, Samantha?
Water under the bridge.
I just sort of look at the bruises and scratches from when I wrapped up Tamar. You certainly seem strong enough. Sure, why not? We need someone else that can take and throw a punch. Just hopefully not at my friends. Welcome to the Valiant Vanguard, Tamar Khan, was it?
Tamar Khan, indeed. You can simply call me Tamar. Khan is a... And it doesn't mean much to you.
Doesn't mean much to me. As I try to think about what that could possibly mean, as I crack open the Rolodex. Alright, cool, neat. Samantha Deus, and I extend a hand.
This is Deus. It is a pleasure, once again. I'm sorry for these unfortunate circumstances.
Stephanie's gonna reach into her bag and pull out the last unspoken bond that she got from Javen and Gregory.
Well, welcome to the Valiant Vanguard.
And
Just
she's gonna
like
pull
that.
it out to Tamar.
Just like that.
Well, a friendship forged in blood, I suppose. You don't usually split in this way, but very well. I like it. I slipped the ring out of my finger. Is that a ceremony or something? Or is that it?
Well, we do have to go back to Oakwell with all of these guys. And I suppose there would be a party waiting for us because we brought in a bunch of really wanted bad guys.
That's it.
Do I find anything on their bodies?
Sure, just looting them.
Yep.
Okay. Not so much on the half giants and the ogre. Most of their things are crude and large. They are not armor made for large creatures. They are armor rigged for large creatures. Like someone stripped down leathers and strapped them into hides across their body. The bandits seem like run-of-the-mill bandits. They got some grungy, broken, looks like some cold weathered looking leather armor. And it looks like on their sides, nothing truly much, just a couple of light crossbows that seem like they've seen some battle, and it looks like a long, curved sword from the northern parts of Drakova. On sort of like a scimitar, but rather than curving, in the direction of the cut, it curves against it, almost like a hook. But sort of, a sign of their heritage. What really stands out more than anything is pulling against the headless body of this Oni. You see now you pull against his glaive, and as you pull it from his body, it seems to twist and contort and return back to its normal size. But you do note that this glaive looks like it's almost either plated or maybe made of silver. Seems like in your hands it's sort of soft and malleable, but you saw when it struck into Luna that this thing can cut quite deep, maybe if only by this thing's strange magic. The other thing you note is you find a very nice, although now bloodied, cloak. Dark brown in color with this sort of golden thread running along it in this ornate pattern. And just like holding this cloak in your hand, Quill, it feels warm. Like it feels like you're sitting next to a fire holding onto this thing. Like you're nice and cozy. You could snuggle up into it like a blanket.
Do you find any coins or any money on any of these people?
You do. Sort of scattered among them all. It seems like the Seems like the large ogre had nothing on him, save for some small trinkets like bones and skulls of small birds and rodents that maybe equipped as a collection, but don't really have much use. But between the bandits themselves, a couple of pouches you find on the half-ogres, and of course, a large, sizable pouch kept on Skewer's person, you find a total of about 540 gold pieces.
Good. I'm gonna grab all that. I'm gonna hand the scimitar out to Samantha. This looks interesting. Where did that little guy go?
The
There he is.
glaive? Oh, no.
The glaive.
Okay.
Gonna walk over the halfling. How much was the tab?
I think it was about 300 gold pieces or so. Hard to remember, but I think that's about right.
Good. I'm gonna hand him 400 for your trouble.
No, I can't accept. Are you really just going to give us away?
I mean, it's to pay for what they did. And, well, we're not carrying back all the bodies.
Oh.
Just the heads.
And there's the matter of the damages. We certainly wouldn't want to put you out.
Well, I'm a friend. It's quite the thought.
Right. Thank you.
Just remember, whenever anyone comes through your inn in need of help, let them know of the valiant vanguard in Oakwell.
Oh, I will. Thank you, Sir Quildor was? Sir Knight?
Yes. My full name is Quildor. Shield of Zamaria, the Elven Silver Sword, the Sand Whisperer, and the Sharpened Quill.
Oh.
It's quite a title.
Thank you.
I like
Should we be going?
Just a moment. You minstrels, you from around here?
We come down from Crossway for a while. We've been staying in High Hill and even some of the little halfling village over there. We're just kind of looking for work, and I guess we went to the wrong place.
Perhaps, but what would you say about an opportunity? So this smile just begins to spread across her face.
Okay.
Have you been up to Broken Ridge before?
I've visited. Yeah, I've been before, but they don't really offer much work for us.
You can't get into any of the inns or taverns there.
I mean, they want good players up there, and we're good, but we're not. I guess we're not Broken Ridge good. That's why we're playing at a tavern in the middle of nowhere.
That is true. Where have you played then?
Just a couple villages. We try to find work in Crossway, but we don't stick around too long. Only a couple places there like us, and we also go to High Hill a couple times. They really like us there at the Three Sheep, but yeah, it was kind of a spot we go to sometimes. But yeah, we didn't expect this.
I bet you didn't. Well, do what you can, continue working on your craft, I suppose. But here, if you would be so inclined to sing a tale or two about the valiant vanguard and their efforts here and elsewhere, then I would be so inclined to pay you quite handsomely, as I will give one of them 75 gold.
Oh, that's a handsome price. About your efforts here. Yep, we can definitely write a first-hand experience song about this event. Yeah.
Try to keep it positive, if you would, right? Oh, God, that hurt. Alright, I'm gonna go see if I can get, well, we're not taking the bodies.
Maybe we're taking some.
Yeah,
Just
so
the
once they're
living
alive,
ones.
Yes.
We can put all of the men in the carriage.
On
We're
it.
gonna have to let the big... On it?
I'm gonna walk
It has
over
a
to
roof.
Swift Hollow.
Stephanie's gonna take some rope and just tie this guy's hands together.
This is just a formality. I'm sorry. I hope you
Oh.
understand.
Okay. I will let this happen. Are we done fighting now?
No, we're not
This
fighting.
is happening.
It's just as I promised. No more fighting. No more pain.
Oh, okay. I like this.
I'm Persephone. What's your name?
My name is Benny.
Benny. I like that name.
Persephone's making friends with her charmed captive.
I like that you like that name. Alright, is there anything else you guys want to do? Gathering up bodies, some living, or I guess heads of the non-living, bodies of the still living.
Start
Okay.
to bring them out. Get ready for the Hummer. I'm gonna keep the cloak for a little while. See what it does.
Sure. Just put it on.
How dirty is it?
It's bloodstained.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I could do shit. I forgot. I know magic. I'm gonna clean it.
Bit of magic, pull all the grime away, and yeah, now it's clean.
All right. I'll put it on.
Alright, so with all your things gathered, you guys begin to make your way out. It seems like Zeke, just before you guys get too far from the tavern, actually sort of hops out as quickly as he can, trying to catch you guys, and ends up, for all of your efforts and even the kindness of, it seems, a certain night, decided to try and repay it as best he can by sending you guys home with 4 barrels full of ale. Besides
Not
that,
associated.
you guys make your way back to town. About an hour in, Persephone, it seems like old Benny, if you're trying to communicate with him, be friends with him, you try to be buddies with him, because you do know, with your own experience, your magic's going to start fading off soon.
Yeah, so I'm really nice to him. I offer him some of my rations. I talk to him, ask him about his life. I get to know him.
What do you want to go to college for? What are you gonna do with the rest of your
Alright,
life?
roll me a straight up persuasion check with advantage, because he is charmed. Okay. Yep, he's pretty open about himself, as much as magic will compel him to be. Seems like he grew up in Drakova for a short time. He grew up with a bunch of brothers, none of which were the ones who were here. He just got separated from them. And his father, I guess, supposedly was an ogre, and his mother was also half ogre. Unlike a lot of half ogres, he was not born to a human, he was just sort of a half-breed from the get-go. And after a while, he lived in a tribe, and eventually was found by some bandits, was taken as a slave for some time, as is often found in the kingdom of Drakova. And then, after a little while, he was freed from his captives, even bought by a large, lumbering Oni mage, or ogre mage, otherwise known as an Oni, which became Skewer. And since then, it seems like this man's been recruiting some large half-giants from country of Drakova to build up his own little gang, and come down to enjoy the warmth of Mobia, if not for its sun, for the spilling of blood, to help sate his twisted form of entertainment. But now that he's free from that, he's kind of lost, but he feels like he has a friend in you for the next, 30 minutes.
And then he has to go to jail.
But you know, Benny, even though that is the case, if you show that you want to repent for everything that you did, maybe they can find a place for you. It might be really awkward, and it might not be what they're used to, but I'm sure a chance wouldn't hurt.
No. As long as there is no more fighting and no more fire. Benny is tired of all the heat. He wants to go back to where it's cold.
Well, trust me, Oklo doesn't want any more fires either.
Alright. And so after about an hour or so of travel, Benny, you can feel the magic Persephone. Unless you want to put another charm on him, you can see the magic starting to fade from his eyes, and
I want to kind of see how he feels after the magic wanes.
yeah, after a while, is he in the carriage or on the carriage?
He's behind the
carriage.
I think he's too big.
Yeah.
So Persephone would walk beside him.
Just walking behind the carriage, looking up in front of him. I'm going to jail because I made bad friends and I.
Yeah.
Ugh.
That's what
He looks down at
happens
you,
when make
Persephone.
bad friends. But with good ones, you can turn your life around. That's what happened with me. Things can change.
As he just keeps walking silently. He doesn't pull out his axe or try to grab a club or anything or choke you to death. He just walks behind the carriage. Complacent, not fighting against his restraints. And yeah, and Quildor, as you're wearing this cloak, sort of
getting attuned to it. It's deep into the night now, and it's starting to get cold out. It is deep into autumn, and so the nights are getting chilly, but you feel actually quite composed. In fact, not just composed, but also well protected, as you have attuned yourself to this new little item of yours. An item that seems like it has offered defense and protection against the I guess what the Oni experienced, as you attune to Winter's Reprieve. You not only gain a +1 bonus to AC and saving throws, but you also have resistance to cold damage, and can tolerate temperatures as low as -50 degrees Fahrenheit without any protection.
Oh, shit.
That's cool.
Nice.
And yeah, along with that, in the dead of night, the valiant vanguard not only has gained some experience fighting with their new sleuthy and stealthy member of the group, who has spent her time in the shadows picking off her enemies and supporting her group unseen, and even thankfully marking the final enemy and preventing him from escaping without a second chance, as well as stumbling upon a new creature in this world, one not quite like the others you've seen, a wild, party-going, and in its sense, very insightful creature, not wanting to jump straight into combat simply because it seems like the people he was once friends with had possibly turned enemy, only making his own moral choice in the moment. A strange new creature to be found within the Valiant Vanguard, as we find ourselves returning to Oakwell at night, and that is where we'll end this especially long, but event-filled and character-introduced session. Yay! Oh, wow.
Yes, indeed. So much fun. So very much fun. And guess what? We are building up for even more D&D as time progresses. There are, well, more games to be had, as we will be coming back next Tuesday. Remember? There's a game on Tuesdays, guys. It's called Kingdoms of the South. And we gotta join the Apex Alliance as they get ready to go to war. What is it good for? Good D&D, hopefully.
Everything!
Oh god. Magic items, slaughtering families. So be sure to tune in this upcoming Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on Lionhead Gaming for the return of Kingdoms of the South after the holiday break now, as the Apex Alliance will be leaving the Warren of the Druids and returning back to Borskier Bridge and getting ready to go to war against the Stormhorns. God, there's so many just horrible evil factions out there in these games, guys. It's hard to keep them all straight.
Stop with that. We should just stop making evil faction games.
Yeah, no more evil factions. Everyone's good now.
Everybody's good. There's no fighting.
World peace.
My Red Wall campaign, there will be no evil. Everyone's just gonna be friends. It'll be
I'm gonna be evil. Are you kidding me?
I'm gonna be the evil badger that likes to kill mice for fun. No, so be sure to tune in this Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on Lionhead Gaming for the Apex Alliance's return, and then coming right back this upcoming Thursday, I think. Perhaps.
We'll see. So mechanically, what I want to do with this, and I try to imply it, was we're gonna try and do a little bit of downtime if possible. If there's anything else you guys want to do, seems like Jody was very insistent, even though you do have a newcomer, to do some preparation before we go hunting a dragon. And so you guys, we might not have a session next week, just to do one full month of downtime, hammer out some mechanical things, give you something to spend your money on, and then return after that to hunting dragons. To expedite things.
Gotcha. Okay, so stay posted as to what the situation is with Song of Rapture, both either here or in the Discord. Link to that should be in the chat. Or follow me on Twitter for updates and changes to the schedule, things like that, along with discussions about TTRPGs and video games and all other kinds of wacky stuff. And there is another game coming to Lionhead Gaming quite soon. Mark your calendars. The 20th. Oh my god, don't breathe that hard. The 26th of January, Heroes of Thylea, a Lionhead Gaming production of the Odyssey of the Dragon Lords campaign and setting and doodah that was done on Kickstarter, will be starting up with its session 1 right then and there on the 26th. And we should be posting most likely the session 0 of that on the 19th. So stay tuned for any changes or updates to those dates or times or what have you. But be sure to tune in next Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, and every other Tuesday for Kingdoms of the South. Stay posted for any changes, but be sure to come back on Thursdays for Song of Rapture at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, and Heroes of Thylia, a brand new campaign, D&D 5th edition, DM'd by yours truly, will be coming on the 26th of January at 5 p.m. on Sundays. So be sure to check it out, and yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for all the follows. Thanks for the raids. I love you all, and until next time, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Later, y'all.
Toodles!
Bye!
Why are you rubbing your nipple?